what's up, everyone? Normal America Show, host robnoerr. What a great day. What a great day for shoveling snow. Ooh, special shout out to my neighbor, whose name I won't mention, but thanks for helping me shovel the old driveway today. Very nice of him. Had a good day. We did that. Did some extravaganza business. As always, look, I don't know if Mr. E or Jake Rattlesnake are watching, but let's be honest. MVP. What a tremendous asset I am to everything I touch, right? Just fantastic, right? Oh, my goodness. It's been a day, though. I've had, I was pretty bitchy, if I could be honest, when it came to shoveling snow. I don't know if any of you all are married, but in my family, we have traditional guy duties and traditional lady duties. Now, I'll dabble from time to time. I'll wash a dish here or there. I'll make dinner here or there. I'm very bad at that. But, and my wife, to be honest, probably does more guy duties than she should. But shoveling snow, that's a guy duty. And sometimes stuff like that happens. So, who are we going to blame? Climate change for about 2 feet of snow? So it was time. We've just been sort of locked indoors since the big snow hit. So it was time. It was definitely time that had to venture out into the world. So the wife's like, "Hey man, you gotta shovel the car out. You gotta shovel us a path to the car and shovel the car out." And what a little bitch I was about it. It's not her fault, but I was just like grumbling the whole time. And so there you had it. But I got it done. Path shoveled. And I shoveled the least amount that I could too, which is bad. Some people really get into it and they'll shovel a huge area. Me, it's you get one path, basically shoulder length, to the car and then shovel out the car. That's it. That's all I was doing. So, I did. I got it done. The man work was accomplished. Try living in Canada. No, thank you. We get enough snow here. We get a little of the lake effect, but even in Erie, which is up north, man, if we get 2 feet, they get 3. So it's So I can only imagine how bad it gets up in Canada. Fair enough. Nailed it. A lot to talk about today. Most of it's going to surround immigration, ICE, things of that nature. But a couple other things to cover, though. And I will gladly jump into the politics. The first is, I have been underperforming lately as far as reaching the super chat goal on every day. Now, granted, we've increased the goal from $357 to $1,000. But tonight, we're going to push for it. We're pushing for the goal tonight. So let's see if we could reach that goal of $1,000. And if so, I have something special planned for you. That's a lie. I'll try to do something, but I haven't planned anything. It'd just be nice to meet the goal. So that's the goal. The goal tonight is to meet the goal. Some Yogi Berra shit there. I also have some $100 for a whip song. I also have some non-political news to cover about the National Football League. Thought about talking about for a second. Don't worry, I won't make it boring. It'll be about culture. And then one other thing that I wanted to talk about that we'll probably start with, which is really good news. So, leave Mystery alone. Leave him alone. I am a Steelers fan, yeah. Mike McCarthy hired there by the Steelers. But I'll just do the sports news first, and then we'll jump into the other stuff. Did anybody see that the Hall of Fame committee did not vote for Bill Belichick for the Hall of Fame? Now, I know if you're uninterested in sports, you're like, this is stupid, but trust me, I'll make it somewhat interesting to you. Now, if you've been under a rock, Bill Belichick is, based on resume, undoubtedly the most successful football coach in the history of the NFL. How many Super Bowls does he have? Like, insane amount of Super Bowls. Like, it's just... Now, you could make an argument. Well, that's because he had Tom Brady, which I would retort, he was one of the people responsible for drafting and then putting his faith in Tom Brady to give him such the chance he did. But if you're just deciding 6 Super Bowls, if you're just deciding on resumes... Now, listen, I don't like Bill Belichick in this sense. I was a Steelers fan. I hated the Patriots. They were so successful. I hated them, right? So I'm fine. I don't give a shit if he gets awards. And you had the ridiculous Deflategate stuff, and did they cheat? Maybe. But let that punishment be what it may. They didn't strip the Super Bowl, so we have to accept that moving forward. Yeah, 2 as defensive coordinator. He was so 8 Super Bowls in total. So as a coach, I mean, Deflategate's nothing. If they didn't decide to take games away, then either they thought that the scandal was worth saying he didn't deserve the wins, or they allowed them, which they did, and so now you can't, it is what it is. So, why was he kept off? Deflategate, was it because he's weird now? Because he's dating like a 24-year-old chick? Is it because of politics? Because he seems to be a little more conservative? Now, I don't really give a shit. Like, I could sit here and tell you, I know it's because of politics. Maybe, maybe not. Because of his political beliefs in real life. But here's the only point I want to make about this. To me, sports was a big part of my social circle, growing up from high school onward until probably, around the time my son was born. A little before that, maybe. Now, I'm not one of these people that's just going to be like, sports are stupid, who gives a shit? Look, it's a hobby. It's no different than being really into watching movies or really into playing video games. And we all need entertainment and hobbies and things of that nature. And for me, like, I was big, the Steelers, the Penguins, the Pirates. So football, baseball, hockey. I love that shit. And me and my friend group got together and we watched it. And I used to love Sports Center, turning on ESPN, seeing who won the games. So the only reason I bring up this Belichick thing is because I think that it illustrates a pattern that's troubling that we're seeing all throughout so many of these entertainment things. That it's no longer about just that entertainment. This isn't the most egregious thing. I mean, it's egregious from the perspective of the Hall of Fame committee, but it's not the worst example of sports becoming political or culture, issues worming their way into entertainment. But, yeah, Joe Rogan not nominated for Best Podcast of the Year. That's on line with this, right? It's just, though, another example that just, it's a fucking shame, man. The same symptom, or the same root cause of why ESPN talks about politics so much and rarely covers, like, actual fucking, like, sports like they used to, is the same symptom as why the Hall of Fame committee's not voting first ballot for Bill Belichick. It's a fucking joke. It's so stupid. There is zero defense for it so much that it lets you know, oh, this isn't just about sports. It's about other shit. It's about politics, not necessarily like politics, governmental politics, but it's about just bullshit behind the scenes stuff. And it's just another reason that I'm like, yeah, I'm glad that I'm not diehard into sports like I used to. I just don't give a shit. I just don't care. I'll still watch it from time to time, but man, I used to catch every Steelers game, and then my entire Sunday was watching football, and I used to probably catch 90 to 100 Pittsburgh Pirate games a year and probably close to 50 hockey games. I bet between the three sports, I've probably watched 5 games all year. It's just a shame. How hard is it? You're on the Hall of Fame committee. Like, that's supposed to be somewhat prestigious, like, that you get to vote. You're not supposed to be like, well, I don't like that guy because he beat my team. I don't like that fact that guy, has some personal beliefs I don't care for. He's fucking winningest coach, best resume in fucking history. The guy goes to the Hall of Fame. If the Hall of Fame committee, if the institution itself wants to say he did something so shitty that we won't allow him in, fine, that's on them. Which is a fucking joke. I saw that story today. I was like, what a ridiculous. And again, I don't like Bill Belichick, so I have no skin in the game. I saw someone put it best. Bill Belichick rejected for the Hall of Fame, and Shador Sanders, the Browns' shitty fucking quarterback, whose dad was Deion Sanders, he got invited to the Pro Bowl, despite being a terrible quarterback. It's just a fucking joke. And it's because they want the story, and it's a black quarterback, and fuck off. It's so stupid. So, I don't know. It's not that I wanted to spend a lot of time talking about it tonight, but I just thought, as we're just peckering around here, at the beginning of the show, I'd bring it up. So there you go. No, I don't even know who Alexander is, but Destiny's debating someone named Alexander on a Honor Day debate. No. I saw the story about Ilhan Omar allegedly getting sprayed. Terrible. Let me say this. Let's assume that face value that this was someone that doesn't like her, which seems to be the case. I have no reason not to believe it. Then went up and sprayed something. I don't know what it was. Let's assume at the most benign level, it was water or mist. It's fucking terrible. You can't do that shit. And it ought to be universally condemned. Fuck that. I really dislike Ilhan Omar. And yet, the idea we're getting closer and closer as a country where people are getting more and more hands-on with politicians. We see the assassination attempts against Trump. We saw what happened with Charlie Kirk, who's not a, politician, but close enough. Terrible. Now, we don't know the details. This could have been a left-winger that's pissed about Palestine. Could have just been a psychopath person. Doesn't know much about politics. I don't know. But if I was betting, most likely scenario is this is someone who leans right-wing and doesn't fucking like her, and that's unacceptable. Does not change my feelings of her. I wish her the best. I hope that there's no ill effects or anything of that nature. Could it be possible that they staged it for Ilhan Omar to be a victim? Of course, that's possible, but I'm going to proceed forward until I see any evidence of that, saying that that's not how I'm looking at it. I mean, to be clear, like, particularly, like, you could say the same thing about the second assassination attempt to Trump. Did they stage it? I don't know. Any of that's possible, but... So, I've seen very little about it, though. So, anyways, we're going to read Super Chats. We're going to get to the goal tonight. Baxter Boy, $5. Thank you so much. How Long Nate, $10 says, don't run with floppy wrist. Hit the like. Our friend Avarice, thanks so much, man. $10. Let's be there soon. Wanted to be first amender real quick. I hope you like poetry. Now, before we get into like the real political stuff that I want to talk about, I have to say, yeah, sure. If we hit the goal, I'll answer questions within reason. Why not? Something I guess, non-political that I have to talk about first. So, as you all know, this is my full-time job here streaming. I'm very happy with it. I hope you guys are happy. I can't thank you enough for the support. There's a lot of people that help me out, from mods to people that are helping out in the team to my editor. A lot of people that donate a lot. You guys are the best. I really do. I appreciate it. But if there was someone that was most responsible for me streaming full time and my ability to do it, it's probably my friend Andrew Wilson. He has, given me an opportunity to work for the Crucible so that I would have a guaranteed income to leave my prior job that I worked at for about 14 years. I think Andrew is one of the hardest working people that you see in the political space here on that's streaming. For every one project that you guys end up seeing, there's 4 that he's working on behind the scene. He's very effective at what he does. He's built probably the best community that I've ever seen online. As far as like people in the community feeling like not just their viewers, but part of a community. And all you got to do is go to something like DebateCon. Is this the coming out stream? Shh. But he's been a very good friend to me as well. And today, Andrew Wilson and I believe his wife Rachel as well were on Joe Rogan's show. The Joe Rogan Experience. Now, I knew that was coming, but I wasn't going to say anything until Andrew announced it. And I think that is an absolute incredible achievement. The episode itself's not out. Andrew announced on X that he was on there. So that's about as big as it gets as far as being a streamer, to be invited on the biggest podcast in the world to talk about what you're doing. And I think it signifies the direction that Andrew is going as far as the success that he's achieving. And I think it's good news for the Crucible and all of its members and the supporters and the fans. So, I just wanted to take a moment to say congratulations, Andrew. It couldn't happen to a more deserving guy. And I hope that this launches him to whatever success he wants. But I couldn't be happier for him from the bottom of my heart. If I'd never stream again and never talk to Andrew again, I honestly am ecstatic with what happened, and I couldn't be happier for him. So, congratulations, Andrew and Rachel. Now, hopefully we'll be doing a TikTok siege here at some point this week, and I'll give him shit about it. I can't wait to see the episode, though. So I would look on Joe Rogan's show. My guess is on his channel, probably in the next day or two, the episode would come out. He's too big for me in the himbo now. The bastard! So, no, I don't plan on stopping, but I'm just saying. That's absolutely real. Andrew was on Joe Rogan's show. Absolutely true. So, perhaps in a day or two, you'll be able to catch that episode on Joe's channel. So, I have no idea how it went. Maybe I'll talk to Andrew tonight and he'll be like, it was terrible. I did shitty. I don't think so, though. I have the utmost confidence that Andrew Price sounded awesome. So, usually episodes release 1 or 2 days after recordings. Probably tomorrow or Thursday. Okay. Why don't I go on Steven Crowder's show? I would. I haven't received an invite. So, robnoerr, Joe Rogan next. I think I'm a quite a distance away from going on Joe Rogan show. I would love to at some point, but so there you go. So congratulations to the Wilsons. Couldn't happen to nicer people. Now I'll have to listen to the fuck brag about it every time I talk to him. And no matter what, I'll give him shit. Don't worry, but he'll know that I think it's an incredible achievement. So, all right. Super chats real quick. Remember, we're trying to get to that $1,000 super chat goal tonight. Perry, what's up again, my friend? $5 says the freeze is over and I work tomorrow, so no sticking around tonight. But anyways, yo, what up, Rob? Thanks, Perry. Yeah, it's either miserable snow or work, right? Oof. Long All Nate, $10 says first offenders running from the open panel. Oh, really? And then Valvian Go, $2 says maybe Tim Pool for you now. Hope you hit that goal. I've done Tim Pool's show once, and I might get back on there to do it again. But yeah, I did both the morning show and the evening show with Tim Pool. I'd love to go back on. OG2, thanks for the gifted membership. Hoffman Pack, $42 out of 1,000, almost there. I'd say we're roughly 4% of the way there. That'd be my guess. Yeah, I did. Probably around a year and a half ago now, I did Tim Pool's show. All right. Enough aggrandizing, my friends. Let's talk politics, right? Let's get into it. So there's a lot to say. Where do I want to start? Do I want to start with the Republican amnesty stuff? So I got that. I got the story of like left-wing violence, etc. Let's start there. Let's start with some of the left-wing stuff. Hopefully, the left-wing politicians now are saying things that you have to worry about whether or not they could get you in trouble on YouTube. I hope not. YouTube, if you're listening, I believe this is newsworthy, and I'm just covering what politicians are saying. So this is Elliott Forehand, who's running for Attorney General in Ohio. Now, you may remember, what's the name of the guy, Jones or whatever, who was the Attorney General of Virginia that wished death upon Republicans' children and won. Here's the guy running as a Democrat for Attorney General in Ohio.
Hi, this is Elliott Forehand, candidate for Ohio Attorney General. I want to tell you what I mean when I say that I am going to kill Donald Trump. I mean, I'm going to obtain a conviction rendered by a jury of his peers at a standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, based on evidence presented at a trial conducted in accordance with the requirements of due process, resulting in a sentence duly executed of capital punishment. That is what I mean when I say that I am going to kill Donald Trump.
So there you have it. Now, I hope that Republicans are starting. We hear Democrats that are openly talking more and more like this. By the way, this is a guy who is promising if he wins and investigates Trump, all the Democrats will say, "Well, I don't think that's political. I don't think it's political at all." That's what they'll say. Just so you know. We hear more and more of this rhetoric of what Democrats are going to do. There's going to be Nuremberg trials. They're going to lock everyone up. They're going to lock ICE agents up. They're going to pack the courts. They're going to end the filibuster. Right? Believe it or not, that's probably not even the worst statement made today. And I saw someone mention Larry Krasner. From my state of Philadelphia, the top prosecutor in Philadelphia, here's what he had to say about ICE operating in his city.
This is a small bunch of wannabe Nazis. That's what they are. In a country of 350 million, we outnumber them. If we have to hunt you down the way they hunted down Nazis for decades, we will find your identities. We will find you. We will achieve justice. And this is a small bunch.
So that's Larry Krasner, district attorney there in Philadelphia. Now, what makes this worse is he's not just talking about Trump, which is bad enough. He's talking about ICE, all of ICE agents. He's calling them Nazis, saying that they will hunt them down, even if it takes decades. Now, that's a prosecutor. This isn't some flippant person saying this. Okay? I want to say something here. And hopefully this gets clipped. I was thinking of making a short that say this, but I'm just going to say it. There is an almost positive chance that an ICE agent is going to be killed. And when that happens, the left is going to say, that's tragic, but he was a Nazi. I want to repeat that. There will be an ICE agent killed. And when it happens, almost the entirety of the left will say, that's regrettable, that's bad, but he was a Nazi. I just want to be clear on that. They are telling their opponent, they have played this game since the beginning of Trump running for politics. They tried to imply this about Trump. They said Trump said Nazis are good people. He did not. They lied about it. Joe Biden not only repeated that so many times, he said it was the reason that he ran for office. They have successfully gaslit half of this country that Trump, those that work with him, and now law enforcement, such as ICE, Border Patrol, etc., are Nazis. And people will get the message. They will. We already, they're saying this as if they don't see all of the attacks that have been occurring on ICE. Remember when that lunatic climbed out a building and shot at ICE officers and killed detainees? Remember that? Do you think that stopped the left for a second saying, whoa, maybe our rhetoric? Of course not. You will see no tears from Jimmy Kimmel. You'll see no tears from all of the Hollywood celebrities and the media people and the Democrats and podcasters and streamers that are out there crying now about Alex Pretti and Renee Good. They won't do it. They'll say, that's a shame, but hey, that's the risk you take. He kind of was. Just like they did with Charlie Kirk. The New York Times couldn't wait 24 hours to imply he was a Nazi. Couldn't wait. And then they'll say, none of it. When Charlie Kirk died, or when this ICE person, if an ICE person gets killed, we didn't celebrate it. We didn't. Of course, many lefties will celebrate it all over social media. They'll celebrate the shit out of it. Just like Charlie Kirk. Same thing. They'll trash vigils that people have. See? Need any proof? This is the game they play. Well, we don't like what happened to Charlie, but he was a Nazi. He had it coming. He was for it. You see? You see the game they play? I said I was against it. I just told everyone that morally we have to use force to fight against Nazis, and they're all Nazis. And now he's dead. And he was a Nazi, so. But I was against it. Smedley Butler, let me ask you a question. Are deaths worth having automobiles and being allowed to travel by automobiles? A yes or no will suffice. Are deaths worth being able to travel by automobiles? Or if it will result in someone dying, should we ban automobiles? Imagine someone talking about our rights, the Second Amendment rights. And someone says, but people will die if there are guns. I'm not crashing out. I asked you a question. I noticed you can't. Now, I happened to see that you were a big chatter on my latest video where you were talking about Andrew's wife and having children to a previous relationship. I let it go. But here you are now. You're a big talker. I'm not crashing. I'm asking a question. If your argument is Charlie sanctioned his own death, which is what you said, you were against it, but Charlie was for it. I'm asking you the question. Okay, do you believe in the right to travel by automobile? But if that results in people's deaths, what would you say to that? Now, you can't answer. Now, this is how the left argues. You see? Imagine if I said this. Premarital sex should be illegal. And the left said, what? What are you talking about? That's authoritarian. You can't do that. And I'd say, yeah, but it'll stop a lot of people from dying from STDs. Stop a lot of people. Or do you want those people to die? He would say, well, maybe so. Maybe less people would die of STDs. But that's something that's worth our freedom to make those choices. That's what he would say. That's what the left would say. In fact, they would immediately understand the ludicrousness of the position. That's absurd. How about this? Lock up every single anti-ICE protester. Then there's less likely to be violent conflicts with ICE. Or are you saying that the death's worth it? The deaths are worth allowing them to protest? Well, Smedley Butler, seeing as how you're incapable of having any sort of back and forth and just repetition, our time with you will come to an end. Unless you'd like to call in. Would you care to call in, Smedley Butler? Now we know I don't have a phone. I would, but I'm at work. Right? People die of marijuana. Ban marijuana, right? There you go. See? I could quote Charlie's own words. That's all you need. There you are. Then I guess we don't need you. We could just see Charlie's own words, if that's all you're capable of. There's the brave left. There they are. Who dies of marijuana? Someone who's intoxicated with marijuana gets in a car wreck? All righty. So make no mistake, that they'll just play out the same Charlie Kirk rhetoric when this happens. That's what they'll do. They're going to keep up this rhetoric. And again, I don't know what to say. Is it not obvious at this point? They're literally telling people, these are Nazis. Go confront them in the street. Obstruct the law. Stop them from carrying out the law. And we're going to arrest them all and go after them all as soon as we get into power. And predictably, what we'll see is more violent altercations against them. And it's working. It is working. And they're winning the PR war on it. They are. You're going to see all these people come out of the woodwork. Oh, I don't really comment on politics much, but oh my God, this is murder and we need to pull back of ICE and blah, blah, blah. Not one of them. Either they're already lefties and they don't give a shit, or they don't have the ability to look in under and see what's occurring. Now, I need to read Days of Rage. My good friend Adam Dole told me a while ago I need to read it. But it's sort of about Weather Underground and shit like that. And I'm not a great student of history. But I was reading a snippet of something, and I was wondering if this is true. So I'll ask people in the audience, but it's definitely something I need to confirm for myself and look in more. The Kent State shooting. If you remember back in the day where I believe it was the National Guard shot someone at Kent State. Real quick, following ICE, probably not obstruction. Recording ICE, not obstruction. Getting in between them and the people that they're dealing with is obstruction. Blowing whistles in an effect near them to affect their ability to carry out work is obstruction. Sending signal chats to try to warn people, or putting license plates to follow people is obstruction. Those things are obstruction. Would you like to call in, that man? I've noticed you've been in the chat a lot. Would you like to call in, sir? How's that? How would you like to call in? I'm feeling fresh tonight. Let's do it. Let's throw another offer out, right? For someone who knows so much. I mean, clearly my position's ridiculous. No? Pretty silent now? Huh. That's interesting. Oh, well. Very opinionated, right? Anyways, there you have it. There's your lefties. Fearful to call in, discuss it. No, I didn't ban them. Now, where was I? These people that won't see the violent altercations that so many on the left are making inevitable. Imagine if the PR was this great with the shooting of Ashley Babbitt. Just 100% Hollywood celebrities. They shot an unarmed woman. They shot an unarmed woman that was just protesting. Oh my gosh. This needs to stop. Imagine. There he goes. chimes in, doesn't want to call. Hey, we'll see you later, sir. Imagine if that effort would have happened. And late night comedians were crying, this is absurd. All she was doing, they were just protesting. She was just protesting. She was a vet. She served this country. They're killing our veterans. Right? They'd say, well, no, we think she was breaking the law. Sorry, that's what happens. She didn't shove law enforcement. She didn't touch him. She didn't lay a hand. They didn't even try to tackle her or handcuff her or throw her down. They didn't even try. They didn't even try to use less than lethal. And why'd they have real bullets? But no one gives a shit. It's just, yeah. Why do they win the PR battle? I'll show you. I'll show you why they win. Oh. Before that, here's to go along in line with that, with what we were just talking about. Here's ABC.
I mean, anger is absolutely the main emotion that we are seeing, George. They feel like they have a right to continue pushing back, and they feel like it is working. But especially they're upset because they feel like ICE has been everywhere. When I got to town, my team who had already been here said, don't rent a dark SUV. People will assume you are a federal agent because they're all over the place, and people will not be happy. You, of course, also have the immigrant communities. They are very afraid. There are people who haven't left their homes in weeks. And maybe, George, the most dominant emotion is dread. As long as the raids continue, the protests continue, and another shooting could happen at any moment. And especially after Alex Pretti's shooting, more demonstrators could potentially bring their own weapons under the belief they have to be prepared to defend themselves from federal agents who could shoot them. It is a very dangerous recipe. People are scared, but they're also resolute that they have to fight back.
It's a constant drumbeat of this shit. Constant. They've gaslit people into thinking that they're fighting that Austrian painter guy's troops. They're about to be killed, and they must arm themselves and fight back. So how are they winning the PR war? Well, the media, you say. Sure. Sure, that's part of it. But there's another reason. And look, we'll have our time criticizing Trump or commenting on Trump today. We will. We absolutely will. This is Mike Lawler. He's a Republican.
He has also won the argument when it comes to deporting criminal aliens. Most Americans agree with that. Where I think most Americans also agree is that if you have been in this country 5, 10, 15, 20 years. You've been working. You've not committed crimes. You have children or grandchildren that are American citizens. We want a legal path forward, not citizenship, not amnesty, but a legal process forward that those people can come out of the shadows and go through. The reality is we're not going to be able to round everybody up and kick them out. And what you see in sanctions.
He's also made a bunch of comments about how horrible it is, how horrible what's happening with these shootings, how horrible they were. Florida GOP rep says Trump's immigration tactics hurting our chances at the midterms. Florida Republican, go away. Rep Carlos Gomez expressed concerns Tuesday the Trump administration's tactics in its hardline immigration crackdown could hurt the GOP heading into midterms. Politically, it's hurting our chances at the midterms, and I'm just being frank about it, Jimenez told Newsmax. And the most important thing we have to do is actually keep the majority, because if not, we're going to go back to the policies of Joe Biden and open borders. It's the last thing we want. Jimenez, who chairs the House Homeland Security Subcommittee on Transportation, said it's time we reevaluate how we do things when it comes to the crackdown on illegal immigration. He pointed to the loss of life in Minnesota and welcomed Trump's decision to send border Tom Homan to sideline Patrol Chief Greg Bovino. The Florida Republican said he's told the White House about his concerns, adding he's not comfortable with what's happening in Minneapolis. There's got to be a better way. We should be going after criminals one at a time, and added Americans did not support deporting grandmothers or somebody who's taking care of kids. It's been here 10 to 15 years. Actually, we have to face reality. There's no practical way to deport the people, so find a solution to this. Here's that former Representative Lawler we just played. Here's what he wrote today in the New York Times. After tensions have calmed, Congress can then piece together the rest of an immigration plan that settles the issue. Along with building on Mr. Trump's border policies, a realistic plan would provide a path to legal status, not citizenship, for long-term illegal immigrants without criminal records. This path would be rigorous and fair, and it would aim to keep families together. Fair means those who benefit would face mandatory work requirements, forego public assistance, and pay fines and any back taxes they might owe. Congress would have to change the legal immigration system too. Lawmakers should create a system which applicants' merit matters more than it does now, better accounting for the country's economic needs. I'm the husband of a naturalized citizen. My wife came to the United States in pursuit of a better life. I will always fight to provide opportunity to others who have the potential and desire to contribute to America's success. We must be a nation of laws, but also one that offers dignity and compassion. Remember that word. You're going to hear that word dignity a lot from Republicans coming up. Dignity and compassion to those seeking to pursue the American dream. The events of the past several years show that there will be no Democrat or Republican solution to immigration, only an American one. Wow, amazing. Democrat Representative Tom Suozzi and Republican Representative Brian Fitz. They lead what they call the Problem Solvers Caucus. Let's see what they have to say. Dear Mr. President, the tragedy in Minneapolis and the looming federal government shutdown demand that Congress and the White House, Democrats and Republicans, finally work together to address the immigration and border security issues that have festered for too long. Decades of legislative branch gridlock and executive branch missteps have contributed to anxiety, fear, and now anger and mistrust. Let's seize this moment to act together in a bipartisan manner for the good of our nation. Mr. President, you've had great success in securing our border. The success is now being overshadowed by the interior enforcement that has given rise to a growing rejection by the public. We are renewing our request for immediate meeting to share our bipartisan efforts to propose legislation to, one, permanently secure our border consistent with your executive action. Now, notice what they do is they blow smoke up Trump, say, oh, you're doing so great. You've secured the border. You've done so great. Let's enshrine that. Let's enshrine that. And now, after they blow smoke up his ass, number two, fix the broken asylum system that's been corrupted by the cartels and other bad actors trying to profit off the exploitation of desperate immigrants and families. Number three, provide legal protection to millions of immigrants, consistent with your admonition to use some common sense regarding the modernization of our immigration system. Amnesty, make sure all those illegals that are here, let's make sure that they all have amnesty and they're allowed to stay. Next, this is the problem-solving caucus with Republican Fritz there. Yep. Next, strengthen police community relations by ensuring that federal law enforcement officers only engage in enforcement actions for which they are properly trained that are consistent with their agency's specific mission. Ensuring compliance with standard law enforcement protocol and enforcing local law enforcement to work hand in hand with the cooperation of federal authorities to apprehend those who pose a public safety threat to our communities. 5, require that all federal enforcement involved shooting incidents must be subject to a thorough independent investigation and objective and unbiased review of the evidence. If we work together, there will be dramatically less need for enforcement, and we could focus on those violent criminals that must be deported and on the positive contributions of the millions of immigrants, see illegal immigrants, who work hard, raise families, work together with law enforcement, and who contribute so much to our nation. As of so many generations of immigrants who came before them, now's the time to come together, to lower the temperature, reject reckless rhetoric, condemn violence and hatred in all of their forms, and lead with respect, restraint, and above all, humanity. Humanity and dignity. That'll be the words. For one another and for the rights and institutions that hold our society together. Brian Fitzpatrick, ladies and gentlemen. From my state of Pennsylvania, I believe. Now notice, if you were really being bipartisan and you were like, look, I actually don't want to deport all these, so let's come together. Wouldn't part of your goals be like, and dismantle and go after the criminals that have attacked ICE and find their fun? Wouldn't that be part of what you're saying? If you're like, well, we have to investigate and, all this shit for ICE officers that possibly broke the law. Wouldn't you say that? But they don't. None of them say that. I didn't hear Lawler saying that. I didn't hear Fitzpatrick say that. I didn't hear that other guy, Jimenez. I didn't hear them say that. It's almost like, now hear me out here. This is going to blow your mind. But maybe the reason that we're losing the PR war is because the truth is that the Republicans in Congress don't want deportations. Maybe that's why we're losing the PR war. Because the truth is, they secretly hope the left wing's violence works. Remember when I said the reason that Republicans don't want to abandon the filibuster is because they want the filibuster as an excuse. Because the truth is, so many Republicans don't want Trump's agenda. And as long as the filibuster's there, it allows them to have an excuse. Well, we would have done something, but we couldn't do anything. Why do you think the blue slip tradition, which isn't a law, it's just a tradition, hasn't been passed or revoked? Do you realize that any state, only about 1/3 of Trump's appointments for AGs in states have been passed? And we're over a year into his presidency? Basically, the blue strip tradition means that anyone's allowed on their own to hold up these appointments. That means any state that has Democratic senators isn't going to appoint one of Trump's picks. Why would Republicans allow that? Because they don't want Trump's picks. And they'll say, shucks, norms. What can we do? Norms? They're saying they're going to kill Trump. Where are you? We see the violence every day. Nary a word from the Republicans. This is what I'm saying. Look, I'll talk shit in Trump. I do it all the time. We're going to do a little of that later. But let's be clear what he's up against here. He has no institutional support politically. None. He has his administration. That's it. The fucking Republicans actively want amnesty. They want it for their fucking buddies, their lobbyists, so they can have cheap labor. And Trump's going to give in. And I almost can't blame him. I almost can't. What the fuck's he supposed to do? They're going to kill him. They're going to kill Trump. Republicans will allow it to occur. Whether that's through some crazy assassin or some fucking trial after he's out of office. That's what they're promising to do, right? Guy running for attorney general in Ohio? And make no mistake, these are just a handful that have came out and said it. This is the movement. This is what's going on. But Rob, come on. These are just randos. Not really. How about someone who is seen as someone who's sort of an establishment Republican guy's been there for a long time? A lot of people like a known name, a household name. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Newt Gingrich.
The president has to, in a sense, open up a national dialogue. Everybody agrees, not everybody, but certainly a vast majority agrees that we want to control the border. A vast majority agrees that if you are a genuine criminal, then we should get you out of the country. We don't have to have murderers, rapists, drug dealers, gang members in the United States, period. But I think as a country, we believe, to quote Congresswoman Salazar, who said, this is about dignity. Americans don't want to see the police behaving like a mob. Americans don't want to see people killed in the streets. And Americans don't want to see the kind of hunting down people in a way that really demeans the process. So I think there are two things. We need a national conversation about what we're going to do about people who've come here, some of them 20 years ago, who've been obeying the law, paying taxes, good neighbors, have kids, go to PTA. Very few Americans want to see the police walk in and pick them up and deport them. On the other hand, people do not want to give them citizenship. So there should be some middle ground here on long-term goals. Second, the ICE police, who I'm totally for, and I do not believe state and local governments have the right to interfere with federal officers in the pursuit of legal policies, and these are all legal. I think that they may well need more training, a little more restraint. I used to talk with British officers and soldiers who have been patrolling Northern Ireland, where you really had a difficult problem because you were a totally nice neighborhood and 30 seconds later, somebody fired a shot at you. How do you respond responsibly? And I think we may need a greater training program at ICE, but I absolutely believe that the federal government has the obligation to enforce the law and that anybody who tries to stop it is engaged in insurrection.
Now, they get their big balls. They get their big balls about this. Where were they when, I don't know, law enforcement was hunting down pro-lifers? Remember Newt going on? Oh, we need to reform law enforcement. Remember that? Nah, me neither. How about going after January 6th? Nah. How about Catholics? How about school board teachers? How about when we were fucking locked down under COVID? Where was Newt? Where were the Republicans? They got more balls going after their own side. Because the truth is, this isn't their side. It is a globalist uniparty. The reason that there is such a problem with immigration is because both the Republicans and Democrats wanted it to be so. The reason that there's such a problem with fraud in these NGOs is because Republicans and Democrats wanted it to be so. That's the issue. Now, there are those that say Donald Trump is just pretending to not be part of this. I don't believe that, but maybe so. But let's assume for a second that that's not the case. With all the criticism, and I give Trump a lot of it, can you see the scale of what he's up against? I don't know if Trump could see it, but can you? Can you see it? If there was let's say Obamacare, right? Let's say that a bunch of right-wingers decided we're going to riot against law enforcement, we're going to riot against Obamacare. And then police started to go after the rioters. And there were signal apps and conservatives were discussing on how to tail the police and this, that, and the other, everything you're seeing now with the left. Do you think for a fucking second that you would have Democrats coming out going, well, they have a point. They have a point. We need common sense. We need dialogue. The police need to lower. We don't want the police running around and hunting people down. Do you think for a second, not only would the Democrats not do that, the Republicans like Newt Gingrich and Mike Lawler and company, they'd be right there going, this is outrageous. Arrest them all. But here's where we're at. Now, Newt knows as well as I know and you know that the left's making these violent conflicts inevitable and setting this up. He don't give a fuck. And they so know how to appeal to Trump. Oh, Trump, you've been excellent at securing the border. And like you said, there's some good illegals here. And we need you to win for your agenda. For your agenda, we need you to win the midterms, right? You're doing such an excellent job, right? Oh, you're just amazing, Trump. Yes, you know. But we need to have amnesty. Can we get back to amnesty? I did just watch the Lord of the Rings movies last week, so it's like the beginning of Lord of the Rings, right? Let me see if I get the name right. Isildur chops off Sauron's fingers. He's got the ring, right? And he goes and he's about to destroy the ring, and then he's like, no. That's it, man. We have the chance. Deport them all. Do it. You're right there. You're ready to drop it into the lava. Nah. We could use it to our benefit. And there we go. Right at the end. We're almost there. And we're going to back down. Isildur. Yeah. Whatever. I'm bad at pronouncing. Are you not paying attention? Are you not watching? Amnesty for who? Illegals! Who do you think? Sorry, I shouldn't be yelling. Maybe you did just come in. My bad. The truth is, Republican voters want mass deportations, but Republican politicians do not. And they never did. Who's Rob? Goodbye. I don't know why you keep typing that, but stew on it. I don't understand the people. Maybe I shouldn't have banned that guy. Maybe I should have just timed him out. I'll unban him later, but I don't understand that. Why people just, if you're a supporter, why you clog up the chat with just like, who's Rob? Who's Rob? How many times did he say that? Fuck. Anyways. Now you're starting to see why they're. The guy banned you, bitch. Yeah. Yeah, if you can unban that guy, I don't know if you can or we don't ban, but we'll get to solutions here in a bit. Now, do you understand why they lose the PR battle? Because Republicans want to lose the PR battle. And by the way, if you're a moderate or you're a left-winger, right, What's this? What are you going to say? Even Republicans are saying that it's too much. Even them. We'd never get that on the other side. Imagine if a host of Democrats came out and said, we're going too far against these January 6ers. Imagine it. Never happen. Ever. Susan Collins, Republican, is calling for the firing of Kristi Noem. Now, I'm not a big Noem fan, if I'm honest. But Susan Collins, a Republican, calling for the firing of Trump's DHS. She never once called for the firing of Mayorkas while he was at DHS and let millions of illegals in. She finds what's happening now worse than what happened under Biden. That tells you all you need to know. I don't know how many times I've said it during Trump's first term, during the 4 years under Biden, and now during Trump's second term. The Republican Party, the establishment wing of the Republican Party, fucking despises Trump. And Trump, like an idiot, listens to them all the time. Lindsey Graham wants Trump in prison. Mitch McConnell wants Trump in prison. They want him gone. They want to go back to them being in charge. They want Paul Ryan. They want Jeb Bush. They want Mitt Romney. That's what they want. They want the open border Republicans to be back there. They'll placate to their base. They'll say, oh, we've stymied the border a little, but we need to have amnesty for all the people that were here. The left won't come from them. Why would they? Why would the left come from Mitt Romney and company? They won't. Because the people that control the left won't let their foot soldiers. They'll rein them in. They'll rein them right in. They have no fear. I speak English. I don't know what you're trying to say here. You're siding with Franv. Franv sounds like a cool guy, I guess. I saw someone put it this way. This is absolutely true. Trump has more control over Venezuela than he does the United States. It's absolutely true. It's easier for Trump to control foreign countries than it is to have influence in his own country. That's the truth. Why not, though? Hey, here's the moderate position. Listen, get rid of the few bad hombres, okay? And then let's give amnesty. Not a path to citizenship. Not that. Just dignity. It's about dignity. Let's give dignity to the illegals. Right? Can we do that? Can we let them to stay? Dignity. It's about humanity. It's about dignity. By the way, Newt Gingrich said, Salazar, yes, she's passed the Dignity Act. You want to see her? Thank you, Newt Gingrich, for being a voice of reason supporting the Dignity Act as the only serious common sense immigration solution to the moment demands. The path forward's clear. She's been pushing this for months. Let's see if I can find one of her speeches about it. By the way, these Republicans, they're all on board with Trump's foreign policy, too. They're all on board with that. So they're cool in the gang with oh, yeah, Venezuela, Iran, fund Ukraine, they'll say. Strange, huh? But hey, I'm sure they have America's best interests at heart, as they're pushing for amnesty as well. Let's see. Maybe I'm going to have to go up. This is from January 23rd. I think this is her talking about it. A Republican, remember?
Record number of Cubans are being deported in Florida. Today, we learned of an immigrant who died in an ICE facility, and the autopsy declared it was a homicide. You represent a Cuban-American stronghold in Miami, and you're also the daughter of Cuban exiles. What are your thoughts on these deportations and the conditions that some detainees are facing?
I don't like some of the things that I see. I do know that ICE is just following orders. ICE is doing its job, but we should change the directives. We should change the homework that we're giving to ICE. That's why I wrote the only immigration reform law in Congress called the Dignity Act, so we can reshape the whole immigration space, and whatever is happening right now with ICE, we can change the directives, and they will go back to doing what they would do best, which is to catch criminals, illegals or non-illegals. Let's catch the bad hombres, like the president said, but let's don't go after those Cubans who do not have a criminal record and they came in irregularly. Our immigration system is completely and absolutely broken, and only Congress, the halls of Congress, here is where we can write legislation to change that reality, and that's exactly what I did with the Dignity Act.
So appreciate your...
Notice they're not illegals. They just came in irregularly. You see? That's it. It's not that they're illegal. They came in irregularly. And it isn't interesting. ABC will have them on to give a puff piece on her. Huh. ABC that hates what Trump's doing here. They seem, Salazar, what an amazing woman you are. How amazing. Dignity. Yes. Why didn't we think of that? Dignity. So good. Here's in July of last year when she was pushing this. The Dignity Act's the solution. It secures the border, stops illegal immigration, and it does one other thing. You know, it also gives long-term immigrants a chance to earn legal status through work, taxes, and accountability. No amnesty, no handouts, no path to citizenship. Just order, dignity, and economic dignity, not amnesty. You see, it's dignity, not amnesty. You see, that's what Republicans want. They just want dignity. It's not amnesty. Amnesty's terrible. We don't want to do that. We want dignity, not amnesty. Oh, what's that? Amnesty means forgiving the people that engaged in breaking the law and rewarding them. That's basically amnesty. No. We're doing dignity, not that. We're doing dignity. We're not giving amnesty. We're allowing these people to stay here legally, their children to be citizens. And then, by the way, we'll change our mind and give them citizenship 5 years down the road. And we say, but they've been so great. They've been so great. Why shouldn't they be? I mean, it's absurd. We're letting them work here and pay taxes. We might as well now let them be citizens, right? Dignity. That's what it's about. It's about dignity. Now, this has happened in the past. One of the reasons they don't want to use the word amnesty is because of this. In 1986, Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to around 2.7 illegal immigrants. Upon signing the Immigration Reform Act and Control Act, Reagan closed his remarks saying, quote, future generations of Americans will be thankful for our efforts to humanely regain control of our borders and thereby preserve the value of one of the most sacred possessions of our people, American citizenship. Since signing the IRCA, illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Amnesty is and always will be an incentive for more illegal immigration, not less. By the early 90s, many estimated there were more than 3.5 million illegals in the United States. Today, that number is estimated to be around 14 million, but many believe it's much higher. Reagan and the legacy members of conservatives lit the fuse for our immigration crisis in 86. They undermined justice and the rule of law, betraying the American people by rewarding those who broke our laws. American families have been relentlessly punished for it ever since, and the sacred possession of American citizenship has been diminished so much by multiculturalism that we may find ourselves asking, what does it mean to be Americans? Mike Lawler and those who support his efforts are seeking to betray the American people. The only solution to the immigration crisis is mass deportations and immigration moratorium. Now, isn't it odd that Newt Gingrich and them don't mention, by the way, the last time we tried this as Republicans, we got fucked. We got rolled. This was what the whole DACA thing was about back in the day. Trump was like, let's secure the border and then we'll negotiate in DACA. They said, no, we have to do it this way first. The problem is they'll just say, oh, cool, we got what we want. Now go fuck yourself. Oh, it's too late. We already gave these people amnesty. You can't go back on giving them amnesty. Ha ha, we lied. Fuck you. But trust us, next time, 30 years from now and 50 million illegals later, then we'll say, okay, this time we promise. This time we promise. Let's give amnesty to these 50 millions. But trust us, this time we'll stop. Now, they ain't stupid. Newt Gingrich ain't stupid. Mike Lawler ain't stupid. Salazar's not stupid. Not this dumb, at least. They know what happened. And the truth is, that's what they want to happen. That's why they're pretending it didn't happen, because they're happy with the results. You know how we say, like, do you really think that everyone surrounding Biden was so stupid that they didn't see the mass flux of illegal immigrants? Do you really think they were so stupid they didn't see Biden's cognitive decline? Of course not. We know they knew. They were okay with it. Same thing here. The Republicans knew. They were okay with it. Why is there more of a push with Republicans in Congress to criticize Trump's approach than Biden's that let the millions in? Answer, because the Republicans were fine with it. That's why Langford passed his bipartisan immigration bill. Remember, they told you it would be impossible to secure the border without this bipartisan legislation. That's what they said. And what was the legislation? Well, let's give millions upon millions of dollars to the very NGOs that are helping facilitate bring these people in, and we'll ensure that 5,000 a day get left in. Same shit now. Republicans are like, look, here's what the Newt Gingriches, the Mike Lawlers and shit of the world. You know what they see when they see people going out and fighting ICE? Good. I hope one of them die so that we can pressure Trump to go back to giving amnesty for everyone. I hope that. Oh, good. Look at that. A shooting. Yay, yay. That's what they're thinking. How do they keep funding the NGOs? How have they not managed to defund the precincts where there's these activist judges? How do they not get rid of the blue slips to put? Why do you think none of this is happening? Because they hate the Trump administration. They fucking hate them. Here's someone that can't listen very well. Hell no, Rob is dismissing Trump's. Is that what I did? Did I dismiss Trump's failures? Is that what I did? Huh. I thought I said I criticized Trump an awful lot, and we're going to be doing it later in the night. But a reasonable person would look at it and say, holy shit, I said this yesterday. I criticized the Trump out of Trump's decisions. However, I am saying, even if he would have done everything perfectly, probably a solid chance there still would have been a net change that effective. The real problem are the Republicans in Congress. The fact that we're resorted to saying, geez, I hope and pray that Trump can overcome the Democrats and all of the Republicans shows that we're in a pretty bad fucking position. That's pretty bad. That's where we find ourselves. So is it any surprise they're winning? I don't think putting Nome in charge was a good idea at all. And let me play the same game. Jesse, you know what? Here, let me play the same game. Guys, don't trust this Jesse. He must be a plant. Jesse's dismissing Republican failures because Trump made mistakes. So he's saying to excuse the Republicans in Congress. Republicans could have easily passed it. They had a mandate. They could have ended the filibuster, but they fucked it up. They sabotaged the country. And Jesse's covering for them. That's fucked up, Jesse. I don't know why you're covering up for them. See how annoying that is? You'd be like, no, I'm not saying that. Fuck them. Huh. Well, let's take a break to read some super chats, of which hopefully there are many. You guys are incredibly generous. Gravios, $10 says, whoa, what happened to Andrew? When did he go full intern? That guy, the Ohio Attorney General, he did look like him, didn't he? And then Gravios, $10 says, it's crazy how that guy's stealing Andrew's look. Thank you, Gravios. Hollow Nate, $10 says, time to support the man, Rob, who entertains with rants, jokes, and those damn songs. Thank you, man. Mickey Blue Eyes, $5 says, in a free society, there's a certain amount of bad things that'll happen due to said freedom. Yep. Roy the Boy, $5. He hasn't unlocked the next tier in the dialogue tree. He needs to do more trolling quests. Yeah, I've said this over and over. If we didn't have free speech, wouldn't that lead to less conflict? A lot of conflicts start with people arguing. So I guess we should ban people from speaking freely, right? That'll solve violence. And if you say, actually, I think the First Amendment's worth some people having violence inflicted, that's a necessary consequence. Oh my God. Vortome, $10 says, you don't get it, Rob. We need to ban assault spoons. They're capable of causing great harm. Donald Rose, $2 says, they don't believe their own rhetoric. Yep. Psycher Carrick, $5 says, why do you say they're winning the PR fight? It just seems like more and more disgust of the left essentially rebelling because they keep losing. I mean, I think it's obvious they're winning the PR battle. Caleb, 8 months a member, says, Colin, don't be chicken. We're the opposite. They know. Perry, $5 says, okay, one more. Notice how dismissive the leftists argue? It's always, well, obviously you're that dumb and I'm smarter. It's never direct logic. Yeah. Bobby, $5 says, it's highly regrettable that Mr. Pretti and Ms. Good lost their lives. But they were communists, so. How long, Nate? $10 says, imagine having the balls to have the undivided attention of the host you disagree with and running like a lefty warrior. Never one-on-one. Yep. And then look at this asshole, our good friend Wade Boggs. Thank you so much. Incredibly generous. $100. Spin the whip wheel. We'll get it later tonight. Says the whip wheel's so back. Thank you, Wade. Incredibly generous. Bagger Vance, $10. Thank you. Roy the Boy, generous, $50. Says, Seamus Coughlin said the lefties argue like this. Find two things that are different in nearly every way possible. Find one superficial similarity between them. Treat them as the same and call you a hypocrite for supporting one and not the other. That is something they do a lot. How long, Nate? $10 says Saul Alinsky's book, Rules for Radicals. Nobody's willing to use the rules against them. That's why they win the public battle. Vincent DeVici, $2 says WF, Muslims and Jew Alliance, Christians in trouble. Subject for another day, I think. How long, Nate? $20 says F those guys. Minneapolis police refuse to even help ICE locate the violent SA and CP offenders. The local and state law enforcement are aiding and abetting literal federal fugitives and recruiting to the public to interfere. Yep. Thanks so much as always, Nate, man. Really appreciate it. Gravios, $10 says the fact that he was brazen enough, the Ohio general guy, to say this stuff online in a bid to run for office just shows you where we're at in our country. Yep. It helped. Look. The guy that's the Attorney General of Virginia had quotes went public before the vote that said he wanted the death of Republican children. And it was an upside. He got more support for Democrats when he said it. Bat Fricker, $5 says, that's messed up, Rob. Gnomes are cool. Roy the Boy, $10 says, declare Minnesota a rogue state. Tell Republicans we need to give Halliburton contracts to get it under control, and they have oil. Unified Republican Party overnight. Boom. Yeah. Val Van Gogh, thanks so much. $10 says, if a precedent for owning dignity to non-U.S. citizens is set, it will be used as abolishing borders justification in a few years. Not sure if you've heard, but the professors are saying borders are racist. Yeah, of course. It's the Reagan amnesty shit all over again. Dignity, preserving. Oh, it's about preserving citizenship and the spirit of America. Michael Ruiz, $5. Thank you, my friend. Q-Tard, $5 says, I've deemed the song of the night to be Turkey in the Straw. Just bring in some lightheartedness. Love you. Thank you. Italian Iceman, $5 says, could everyone in Congress just be afraid if Trump's attention shines a big effing spotlight on all of their fraud? I mean, that could be part of it, but they were all for the border situation before Trump came into office, so. Gravios, $20 says, we have politicians that don't do anything besides move towards globalist goals. I don't know how we get out of this when half the country has no idea what's happening to them and they're stuck in a false dichotomy. I don't have good solutions. People are like, what are the solutions? What are the solutions? Balkanize? Try to get the message out there as best as possible? Convince people that they need to start primarying these Republicans? Keep pushing the Overton window so the phony baloney Republicans at least have to do things to act like they give a shit? C-Diff, $5 says, even creators like Robert Bonds and Viva can't attempt to hold the line. Going after corporations is way easier. Sounds like a leftist. Bobby C, $10 says, after that rant, I know you will say don't be blackpilled or accelerationist, but outside of ignoring it and just going to the liturgy, what's the solution? Nothing seems to be working. I mean, I'll say this. 10 years ago, you would have said, there's no hope. There's no one in president that will even talk about these things. But there is now, even if he's not successfully dealing with it. So things could change. People are still fed up. People still want the deportations, despite the fact that Republicans are so aggressive at trying to stop it. You know, I was joking earlier about JJ shilling to protect Republicans, but I kind of believe it now after watching all this. But he doesn't respond, and he just goes with the same NPC. But Trump's bad, but Trump's bad, but Trump's bad. Someday Trump will be out of office, and we're going to have a problem on our hands. Trump's the only one who even says anything about securing borders and deportations. He's the only one that even says that, right? Some will have Republicans, but I think JJ here wants you to forget that. I think JJ's like, let's just demonize Trump and let the Republicans off the hook. That way, when they get back in charge, then we could just act like they're not a problem. That's what I think's going on. And there are people that do that. There are people from the left that are like, look, the only chance you have politically is Trump doing better. But they're going to try to just make it seem like it's only Trump that's at fault. To break your spirit. Fuck all that. So perhaps a Kamala bot. Yeah, maybe. How's it going, everyone over there on Rumble? Hope we're having a fine night tonight. Now remember, we're trying to get to that dono goal of $1,000. 40% of the way there. Ain't too shabby. One more from Gravios. Thanks so much for your generosity. $20 says, we do need to move the goalposts far, far right, so it goes back to where it started. America was founded on telling the rest of the world to F off while we focus on ourselves. We're a Christian nation first, not secular. I agree. We have to go further right than we even want. That's the truth. We should go so far right that at some point we're like, is this too much? Go there and then go 3 steps further right. That's what we need to do. Now, I promise we're going to talk shit in Democrats. I promise it's coming. I'm looking for something specific. Do I not save this shit? Come on, Rob. Big mistake. Okay. Now, someone I respect in politics who's been a psychopath from time to time. But, okay, whatever. I respect the mission that he's done, and maybe people will disagree on me, is Glenn Beck. What do you all think of Glenn Beck? I like Glenn Beck. What do you guys think? Glenn Beck fans? He's Mormon. Whatever. Too doom and gloom. Well, you're not going to... Sort of the opposite here. Now, Glenn has a different take. I outlined yesterday the Trump's not backing down scenario in Minnesota. And then the Trump is backing down. And I said, I feel like he's backing down, but remain to be seen if that's true or not. Right? We'll see. But my theory is it's most likely Trump's backing down. Glenn Beck has a different take. He thinks the opposite. And so I wanted to go through this and share my opinions on what Glenn Beck thinks and see if I agree or disagree with him. So,
when I first saw this story yesterday, what he was doing, I thought, is he waving the white flag? What is he doing? What is he doing? Is this all about the election and getting reelected and he's got to make nicey nice? And I don't think it is. It is if you are reacting emotionally, and I want to say this. I could be wrong on this, so I don't mean to belittle you or have you think that I'm smarter than you, because I can guarantee you I'm not in almost all but Al Gore's case. I'm not smarter than you. I just look at things differently, and I could be wrong, but I'll give you a lens to see this through, and then a chart on how we're going to know whether it is it is a white flag or not.
Okay, now I actually agree with this strategy. This is exactly what I did yesterday, right? I was like, okay, well, we all have our opinions, and we could all admit it's early. Like it seemed to be a change of posture yesterday. Trump called Fry and he called Walls, right? Or they called him, or whatever the deal was. Whatever. So we may have our disagreements on what we predict, but how will we know? What are the metrics we'll be looking at? And I gave 2 metrics. I said, if the deportations decrease, and if the violent rioters and the people that organized them and funded them straight up to governmental levels aren't held accountable, then Trump has backed down. If those things do happen, then Trump has not backed down. And this was a good strategy. That's the metric I used. But I agree. What we should do is say, okay, before we make our predictions, how will we know if our prediction came true or not? Because what you don't want is so many people will predict something. I think Trump will do good. And then no matter what happens, they'll say, yes, that's good, because they don't define what good would be. So I'm trying to just be as honest as possible. If I'm wrong about my prediction, I'll be happy to admit it. But I'm trying to show you what a win looks like to me and what backing down looks like. Right? So let's see. I support Glenn Beck. Seems to be doing the same here. Let's see what Glenn Beck says would be backing down and what we should look for.
Okay. And I don't think it is a white flag. If you're looking at this through the lens of traditional political or cable news, you're going to look at this and say, this is a retreat. However, if...
Okay. Now, I don't know what he means by cable news or whatever. But if you're looking at it traditionally, it looks like a retreat. Okay. So basically what he's saying is conventional wisdom tells you this is a retreat. But, and here we'll get to the but.
If you look at it as a counterinsurgency, if you look at it through that lens of counterinsurgency, federalism, and an optics war lens, then it's different. We're seeing...
Okay. So he's saying this is optically a victory for Trump. Now, I can make the case for this. I've heard this. I listened to this while I was shoveling snow earlier, so I know what he says. But let me make the best case for this. Look, Trump's losing optically, right, after this shooting. So he needs to reframe this as it's the Democrats that are unreasonable. I'm just asking for murderers. That's it. And when they won't give him the murderers, then it's a masterstroke. He'll be able to control the optics. That's basically what Glenn Beck's going to say here. So let's listen.
Trump shift the battlefield, not abandon it. And let me take you through this cleanly and tactically here. First, what would a surrender or a blink actually look like? If Trump was blinking, this is what would happen. He would end the enforcement nationwide. He would call off ICE operations. He would publicly repudiate Homan or Miller. He would admit wrongdoing or illegality, and he would accept the Gestapo snatching people off the streets narrative.
I could not disagree more with Glenn Beck here. No, Trump could absolutely wave the white flag without himself admitting he was wrong. Does anyone believe that that's even reasonable? You think there's a chance in hell that Trump's going to say, I was wrong? Of course not. Those are things that could signify that Trump's back down, but certainly he could back down without going that far. For example, he could still do deportations in Texas, but it would be waving a white flag if he stopped doing them in Minnesota or he backed down. Him continuing to keep operations up in other states would be irrelevant, that this was backing down from the mob. He could say, I think Kristi Noem's great, and still back down. So I don't agree with this framing that, well, as long as he doesn't completely stop deportations and say, yes, ICE are Gestapo, and we were wrong, then he's not backing down. I think that's ludicrous. That's a terrible framing. Terrible. But let's keep going.
None of that happened. Instead, and now think of him in Art of the Deal, he narrowed the enforcement criteria. Political pressure is rerouted. Optics cooled.
Okay, narrowed the enforcement criteria is a euphemism for is now targeting less people. That's what narrowing the enforcement criteria means. Now, you could say you're fine with that, but let's not kid ourselves. That appears optically to be backing down. We were targeting this group of people, and then the left wing rioted, and now we're only targeting this group of people. That's giving in to the mob. You might say, but he has to because of optics. Okay, that could be your opinion, but let's not act like that's not backing down if that's what happens.
Legal authority preserved. Responsibility transferred back to the states.
Okay, now this argument I could listen to, which is, I can make Glenn's point here, I think, a little better. Look, the Republicans suck. And he's going to lose the PR war because the Democrats are so good at PR and they're going to continue to set the stage for violent altercations to occur. And the Republicans are going to set back and leave the Democrats control the narrative, and Trump's not going to be able to win the narrative on his own. And this will be a net loss for Trump because then as public pressure mounts against him, he won't be able to do any of the deportation. So, time to reframe. Retreat a little. Refocus. And the retreat and the refocus is as follows. Trump will try to be reasonable. He'll try to say, hey, all right, we'll work with you. Sure, we'll work with you. We just want like the extremely violent people. That's it. Hoping then that either A, Democrats do that, which is a good thing anyways, or B, Democrats refuse, and then Trump could have a PR blitz. C, they won't even do that. That's the best case here.
This is not a surrender. I believe this is a reframing of the fight. And it's really smart. If this is what it is, it's really smart.
I disagree.
The strategic objective here that I think most people are going to miss is what was the enforcement criteria?
Okay. Now, this is the part that I thought, believe it or not, it's the weakest part in Glenn's argument here. Again, I like Glenn, don't get me wrong, but I'm going to call it out if I disagree with him. This is going to be, so he says, what was the enforcement criteria? In other words, what was the whole thing about? What was Trump's agenda? Now listen.
Was it to go scoop up every illegal on the streets? Was it? Was it to send everybody who came here to send them home? Is that what ICE was doing?
Probably not. That's what they should have been doing, but.
Because it wasn't. Because I remember when he said it, I'm like, what? We should be sending everybody that was here home. And he said, no. The goal here is to get the really bad criminals off the streets. That's what he wanted. So the goal was never ICE agents everywhere all the time. The goal was this: force blue state leadership to choose publicly and unmistakably between protecting violent criminals or cooperating with federal law enforcement.
Now, again, I'll leave him make his point before I say why I think that his theory here is garbage. Trump said mass deportations. Then Trump did say we're just going to target the worst of the worst first. Am I willing to accept that even if I want all of the people deported, that you could do it with the worst people first? Sure. Also, I think that Glenn's overstating. I am well aware, particularly in 1 year, that it would be nigh on impossible in the best case of scenarios to deport like 20 million illegals. That I get. The goal is, though, to set the stage that all of them will eventually be removed. You want the illegals to worry at any given day. ICE could find me while I'm shopping, at my place of work, at the ball game, wherever, and deport me. And so we need to make arrangements to self-deport. So that doesn't mean that I expected 10,000 ICE agents on every street in the country. I expected them to be deporting people, the worst first, sure, but also all illegals that they came across. And even if they could only get 2% of them, have it done so with the understanding we will eventually deport all of you. That is the plan. So again, I think Glenn sort of overstates what the expectation was. But again, I'll get to... Now remember, what he's saying was the expectation was always just to get the worst of the worst, okay? Just to give you a little clue where I'm going with this. Remember, his thing is Trump's strategy is brilliant here because he's reframing it. Remember that.
Okay. That's what he's been saying the whole thing. How are you people defending this? These are rapists in your community. So what Trump has just done is he has separated into three groups. One, the violent criminal illegals, easily moral. Everybody's for that. Okay. Two,
it's not true. Not everybody's for it, but nonetheless.
Two, the local state officials who shield them. There's another group. And three, the protest movements trying to provoke a legitimacy crisis. So he's now broken those three up. Minnesota was sliding towards a designed confrontation, street chaos, viral clips, allegations of federal overreach. The Senate Dems were threatening a shutdown. The media was building an authoritarian. We were headed towards everything that there's no way out. Okay.
Okay. So then what's your solution? Back down. If Glenn Beck believes that, by the way, I share this opinion, then if you're unwilling to press the issue, then that works. As you listen to the rest of this, I want you to ask yourself, if Glenn Beck is right, what's to prevent that from happening again? In city after city across this country. Trump tried to deport people, and the whole institution was like, nope, we're heading towards a violent confrontation. And so Trump needs to back down and reframe. Okay. If that works for them here, why won't it work in Chicago? Why won't it work in LA? Why won't it work in DC? See the problem?
And that environment only benefits one side, and it isn't the Trump side. It's not our side. The only thing he could have done was escalate.
Yes! Yes! That's it, Glenn. You're right. That is what Trump should have done. Escalate. Yes! Think of what Glenn Beck just said there. I don't even know if he realizes what he said. He said the following things. He said, Trump's original plan was just to get the most violent. That's what he was saying. And Democrats were unwilling to accept that. And so inevitably, they were going to lead to a violent confrontation. And that only benefits the Democrats. And so, Trump makes a masterful maneuver at reframing by saying, okay, we're going to pull back, but we only want the violent criminals, which is where we started. Why would it be different this time? If the whole argument was, listen, Trump was quite clear it was only the violent criminals he was going after. And then he tried to do that, and the left started this confrontation, and now he needs to back down, regroup, and say the exact same thing. Okay, Glenn, to that I say, okay, according to your own logic, Trump's masterful stroke here will lead to him reframing, restating what you claim was his original statement. Trust us, we just want to go after the violent people, which will cause the Democrats to not listen, which will provoke a confrontation, which is only good for the Democrats, so Trump must back down again. So he'll back down and say, I reiterate for a third time, we only want to go after the violent ones. Democrats will say, no, we're not going to do that, which will provoke a violent confrontation, which only benefits the Democrats, which means Trump will have to back down and reframe. And so he'll reframe and he'll say, okay, we only want the violent ones, and repeat over and over and over. I mean, I like Glenn Beck, but does it not sound to you like he's saying Trump had a plan to only go after the criminals. And inevitably, the lefties are lunatics that will provoke a shutdown, a fight, and that only benefits the Democrats. So Trump's very smart to reframe it to exactly where we started. What is different about Trump's reframe this time? Glenn seems to be implying, well, if Trump makes it clear to the American people that he only wants to go after the violent people, then the Democrats are going to lose that PR battle where they say, no, we won't cooperate. But then on the other hand, Glenn's looking at you, the Trump supporter, and going, look, I'm with you. I want mass deportations. But let's be clear. Trump made it clear that we're going to start only going after the violent people. Okay. In other words, Trump is trying round 2 of the plan that got us to this very point, according to Glenn Beck. That was always going to be inevitable and only a victory for the left, is his claim. I don't see how you could look at it any differently. If I still man his position, I guess he would say Trump lost sight of the mission. He started to deport more people than just the violent criminals, and that was a mistake. And so he now needs to make it clear, trust me, bro, we're only going to get the violent criminals, and that will solve everything. But that's backing down.
And do you think that's what they didn't want?
No,
that's exactly what they wanted.
Yes, the left wants the confrontation, but they want Trump to back down. Now, again, let's take Glenn Beck's rationale here. It's true. The left does want to provoke violent altercations, and they want to make Trump be forced to do something like declare the Insurrection Act so they could call him a fascist. That's true. Just like they wanted to in the George Floyd riots. So what's the solution? Then back down. That'll teach him. That'll teach him. I mean, it worked so well with Black Lives Matter, right? It's true. I understood the argument. If Trump deploys the National Guard or declares the Insurrection Act during Black Lives Matter in 2020, going into the election, Democrats wanted to say, see, we told you he was a fascist, he's an authoritarian. And I said, and yet, nonetheless, Trump should do it. Because the alternative's even worse. That we just allow violent lefty thugs to get away with impunity. Because it sets the stage that they can do it whenever they want. Is Glenn Beck's strategy really this? Well, you see, the Democrats are so shrewd with PR. They'll inevitably resort to violence when there's policies they don't like. And what they really want is to provoke a confrontation. So what the Republicans should do is give in to what they want. Or give in to removing those policies they don't want. That'll teach them, because you don't want to give them what they want. They want the altercation. So instead, we'll give them everything else they want so they don't get that one thing they want. We've played this game, Glenn Beck. We played this game. We saw what happened. Had Trump did what was necessary and declared the Insurrection Act or deployed the National Guard against Black Lives Matter, maybe we'd be in a different position today, where the left doesn't believe that we could riot with impunity. But we didn't, because it would have affected the election in 2020. Okay, Trump lost that election, and now here we are. Now we're being told, you got to back down now because we got to win the midterms. What if we lose the midterms? Well, now we just told the Democrats they could riot with impunity, and we didn't even get the consolation prize of winning the midterms. Maybe aggressively going after these people and pushing the PR of what the left will do over and over as they engage in violence, maybe that would help with the midterms. But no, instead we just say, you better back down or the left gets what they want.
So he changed the terrain. He also, and this is telling to me, he also went and relieved the U.S. Border Patrol commander, Gregory Bovino. So this was part of it that really bothered me, okay? Because it's the hardest part emotionally. Here's a guy who was very, very clear on things, but it is the clearest tactically. Bovino was a guy who was saying, I mean, he even said something that was absolutely wrong this weekend. You don't have a right to carry a gun.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Kosh Patel, Bovino, and Kristi Noem are all insane when they're saying things like, you shouldn't be carrying a gun. That's stupid. You could carry a gun to protest. We'll talk about that later. That he intended to kill, massacre ICE agents. I don't see proof of that. You shouldn't be saying shit like that. Now, am I going to clutch my pearls so much because, oh, well, then I guess we have to give in to the left-wing violent mob that's 99.9% responsible for this? No. But anyways, this upset him at first, but let's hear.
Gun at a protest. No, you don't have a right to interfere with police. Once you engage with police and you're carrying a gun, then that's a different story. But he said a lot of things. He was defending some things that I thought were a little indefensible. But he was a lightning rod. He was a walking headline. He was a pretext for the Senate Democrats. I mean, he was a symbol. Whether it was fair or not, doesn't matter. Perception is reality.
Okay, that's interesting. Now, remember, let's go back to the beginning of what Glenn Beck said here. He said, if you're looking at it in the standard way, the cable news way, then Trump lost. He backed down. But if you're looking at it through optics, then Trump's doing well. Okay, but you just are saying here, you're like, look, remember, look, listen, look at the facts and what Glenn Beck seems to be implying here. The leftist violent insurrectionists are attacking ICE and they're going to win. The confrontation's good for them. So let's take a symbol of someone who's being aggressive with ICE and remove them. The symbol, the optics of it. So the optics are the left won. That's the optics. Now, what do you think that does to violent left-wingers around the country? Do you think that dissuades them from continuing the violence, or does it encourage them? Hey, it worked. That's the point. The optics are the left gets the victory. Now, you could say, yeah, but that's hardly important in the grand scheme of things. Just because there's an optic victory at this point, the truth is what's going on at the actual policy level is the most important. Fair enough. I could listen to that argument. But I don't see what's going on to the policy level other than we're narrowing the targeted enforcement, okay? So they win optically. They win that we're targeting less people when it comes to the policy metrics. And the problem is, even more important than the deportations, is stopping these violent lefties. And optically, you have just encouraged them to get more violent. So again, I'm not saying there's not a case to be made that this could end up positively for Trump. It could. But I don't understand Glenn's take here.
He was rogue federal officer escalating online while operating in a blue city. That's poison if you're in an optics war. And every war must worry about optics. If you're going to win, you have to worry about optics. So
right. That's why we don't negotiate with terrorists. But this time we are.
What does Trump do? He rotates that guy out. Well, now the Senate shutdown talks, that weakens that. They're not. How are you going to shut down? He's giving, right? The media narratives loses the villain.
What are you talking about? They'll just create a new villain. Oh, they unreasonably made this guy look like a villain. So we'll put Tom Homan there, and there's no chance that the media can make him look like a villain. What? The shutdown talks, do you really think for a second that Bovino leaving is going to have anything to do with whether or not there's a shutdown? Furthermore, why wouldn't we want the Democrats to shut down? Good, let them.
The Department of Homeland Security regains message discipline, and the fight moves from personality back to policy. This is classic Trump.
The policy that you just said he's going to narrow. And no, it's not going to. Does Glenn Beck really think that all of a sudden Democrats are going to be like, all right, we just didn't like Bovino. So now let's have a serious conversation on working with ICE to deport. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't get it.
What does Trump say in Art of the Deal? And we've seen him do it over and over and over again. Never die on someone else's hill. If it isn't the hill you chose, don't die on a hill they're choosing. Only die on the hill you choose.
What's the hill that he's chosen? That he doesn't want deportations? Now listen, this is probably accurate, unfortunately. And I know people think I'm blackpilling here on Trump, but let's be honest. You think Trump would back down like this over fucking bombing Iran? Or Venezuela? No, he'd stick to those guns. Wouldn't he? I think that's probably true. I think the truth is, Trump don't really give a fuck about deportations. He wants an optic victory, deport some people that he says are bad, and then back to business, baby. I think that's the truth. And so Glenn, I think inadvertently is correct here. That Trump don't want to die in this hill because this isn't his priority. No. Okay. Then what's the hill that he's unwilling to die on? You tell me what Glenn Beck means. He cares. Then why is he backing down? Why isn't he doing mass deportations? Why hasn't he declared the Insurrection Act? If he cares, then this is the hill. Except, let's say you're right. Okay, he cares. Then this would be the hill to die on, right? Right? You don't back down on the hill. So he cares more about the midterms than deportations. Do you think it helps or hurts him in the midterms to back down and leave the violent lefties become more violent? I mean, I voted for Trump. I support Trump. I hope he's doing well. But man, sometimes the Trump supporters that, of which I am one, it's just, you can hand wave anything. I used to say this all the time. I would talk over and over in Trump's first term. I was like, he's fucking up with Bill Barr. He's fucking up with this stuff. They're going to fucking lock this dude up, and he won't put in a journey. He won't rein in Bill Barr. He won't go after the Russiagate people. The clock's running out. Bill Barr's there to protect. Right? And people like Romaine here, they'd be like, trust the plan. Trust him. Trump knows what he's doing. Trust. I had them telling me, I remember one time, a group of them were in my chat saying, Trump's going to win 48 out of 50 states in 2020. Trust the plan. It's all 4D chess. Chess, not checkers, Rob. Okay. And I used to joke. I said, Trump could be walked to the gallows with some of these people, and the news could be fitted around Trump's neck and these people that say, 4D chess, it's chess, not checkers. And as they're putting the noose around their neck, they'd be like, finally, we got them right where we want. Ha ha ha. Now we've done it. I mean, if this is what winning looks like.
So when he talks to Walz and Fry, I don't think this is capitulation. I think these were traps. Let me read the 3-point plan again carefully, okay? What he didn't ask for. He didn't ask for sanctuary repeal.
Go ahead, sell us why this was good. He didn't ask for that. Got it.
He didn't ask for universal cooperation.
Okay, yeah.
And he didn't ask for mass raids.
What a trap he's laid here.
He asked for one narrow, morally defensible thing. Okay. Turn over the illegal immigrants already in prison and in jail for rape and murder and everything else. That's it, which is what he said he wanted in the first place.
Do I need to draw a diagram here? Let's see what I could do. Do I have some sort of... Yeah, I'm looking for something here. Okay, let's try this, shall we? Let me explain what Glenn Beck just said here. Here we start, right here. This is Trump's start. And what's Trump say? He said this is, I won't write, but this is, let's not do that. All right, here we go. So Trump said, we only want the worst from jail. Right? And then Democrats say, no. Okay. Then we have riots. Oh. Then we have that. Oh, what is this shit? No! Stupid. What is this? No, go away. Little art project here. The riots, then it helps Democrats. Then we have Trump reframes. And then, how's he reframe? There you have it. There's the Glenn Beck model, apparently, of what we're looking at. Trump starts off saying, we only want the worst from jail. Democrats say no. Then they do riots. This helps the Democrats. So Trump reframes and says, we only want the worst from jail. To which Democrats will say no. Then they'll cause riots, which helps the Democrats. So Trump will reframe. And he'll say, we only want the worst from jail. To which Democrats will say no. Then they'll engage in riots, and this will help the Democrats. So Trump will reframe. I mean, Glenn just said it as clear as day. Riots help Dems. Didn't you listen to Glenn Beck? That's what he said. He said a confrontation, they are pushing the confrontation. That's what they're doing. And that only benefits Democrats. The only thing Trump could do is accelerate, to go forward, to challenge it, and that would help the Democrats. That's exactly what they want. Again, listen to what Glenn said here.
He didn't ask for universal cooperation, and he didn't ask for mass raids. He asked for one narrow, morally defensible thing.
Now remember, Glenn Beck says this is a shrewd trap, right? It's shrewd trap. Things were going, Trump had a plan, we started it, and now we're to this point where, aha, Trump's laying a trap. So let's hear it.
Okay. Turn over the illegal immigrants already in prison and in jail for rape and murder and everything else. That's it. Which is what
Now there you go. A shrewd trap. Now he's changing. Now we have a different plan.
he said he wanted in the first place.
So the trap is to back down and do exactly what he wanted in the first place that led you to the place where you're failing and the trap is necessary. Now you could have did this in an alternative timeline. You could have did this. You could have, do we got an eraser? You could have went, eat, 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 eat. You could have skipped that. And you could have did this instead. We could have did that. We could have arrested them all. See how that's not a circle? See that? See how that works? That's not a circle. That's straight line. Double down, arrest them all, send more. That's what we could have done. See? Breaks that little circle. But instead, we'll set the trap to going back to the beginning. And this time, we'll expect different results. Now, again, if Glenn's argument was, listen, mistakes made, Trump didn't have the best people there, it's time for a strategic retreat. Okay. But don't act like this isn't backing down. Just say it's worth it. It's what needs to happen. Don't act like you're changing something. You're setting a trap when you're admitting this is exactly what the plan was. Let's let him keep going.
Okay. I think this whole push, again, has been Overton window. He wanted the ones who were on the streets raping. That's who they were arresting. Now he's just said, give me the ones you already have in prison. Okay. This does two things. It isolates the extremists.
Weren't they already isolated? If this is exactly what Trump said in the first place, how did the extremists get to the point where they exist and they're effective?
Because if Walsh and Fry refuse that,
they already did.
Well, now, excuse me, I said you do it. I'm not asking for everybody, all the Somalis that live on the street. I'm asking for the rapists and the traffickers and the violent offenders.
Right, which you already did. And they said no, which led us to where we are. And they didn't have the negative consequences, which is why there's the need to step back and set this trap.
The ones that you have already arrested, why are you defending them now?
It's literally what's already occurred. So to act like, this time they'll have to give in. Why? If anything, there's more public support. Trump looks like he backed down. Looks like the violence worked. Why would they all of a sudden say, you know what? We just got this dude to back down. It looks like our violent thugs worked. But now that we're starting off in a better position than when Trump first asked for this, we're going to give in. You don't give shit up when you're negotiating from a stronger point.
They have to go on record, no ambiguity.
They've already done it.
That takes all of the political weight off of them.
How? They've already done it.
And shifts it back to Trump. It shifts accountability. Now Trump can actually truthfully say, look, I offered a focused, humane, criminal-only solution.
But that's what you said he did in the first place.
And they're still standing in the way.
Right. Status quo. That's how we got to where we're at.
That's devastating in court. That's devastating in Congress. That is devastating in public opinion.
It is not. That's how we got where we're at. Yes, that makes sense. Man, if Trump said, we just want you to cooperate and give up your rapists and murderers in jails that we have detainers on, and they said no, that would be devastating for them. But it wasn't. That's why Trump had to go in. The sanctuary cities have done this for a long while. That's why we had to send ICE in and CBP. Then the left says, nah, dog, that ain't going to work for us. We're going to get violent. We're going to track you down. We're going to obstruct. You say, Glenn Beck, well, the only option was for Trump to push the issue further. Right, which is what he should have did. But you're like, nah, that would have helped Democrats. So instead, what Trump should do is go back to the beginning.
Win.
Now.
Next, agents are leaving Minneapolis. What does that mean? When I read that, I'm like, what? This line is doing enormous psychological work for the left. Or is it? Because what's likely happening is metro surges are scaling down. The overt presence is reduced. The intelligence warrants and targeting is continuing. But
So, okay. The presence, exactly what the left wanted is happening. The presence is removed. Okay.
operation is demanded through custody and transfers instead of street ops.
That's how we got here in the first place. That's what they demanded. Democrats said, no, thank you.
Get those guys first. In other words, less spectacle, same authority, cleaner lanes. Now,
optically looks like a left victory, which means they'll engage in more violence.
Now, he pulls one guy out and he says, we're sending in somebody else who can work with you. And who does he send? This is the real tell. Tom Homan? If this was a retreat or a white flag, Homan would not be the guy who is being sent in. Okay? Instead, Homan is sent in. He's the face. He's the negotiator. He's the enforcer after all the political dust settles. Homan is not a cupcake. I don't know if you've noticed.
Okay, I don't disagree with this. I actually like Homan. This part of it's fine. But here's the problem. If his argument was they made Greg Bovino a lightning rod, and so he had to be removed, but Homan's just as strong, then I know this might sound crazy, but don't you think that they'll make Tom Homan a lightning rod as well? What are we going to do? Force Homan out 2 months from now and say, now things will change? It's almost like the left's like, we don't want someone that'll be effective. And Glenn Beck's like, all right, let's pull out the guy that would be effective. Okay, then you either replace it with another guy that'll be effective, which means the left will do the same thing, or you replace with someone who won't be effective.
That, okay? That should tell you that to me is a signal to you who are like, I think he just surrendered. No, he sent in Tom Homan. That's like sending into Iran, you know what, we're going to negotiate, we're sending Raisin Cane.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just know. If he sends in a different person with a different mandate, it doesn't matter how good that person is.
Homan's role is just really simple. You don't have to like us. Just hand over the criminals. I'm just here to get the criminals you already have. Just hand them over. And if Minnesota complies, Trump wins quietly.
I don't think so. Now, listen. That could be seen as a win. I'm willing to accept if they crack down with hundreds of arrests, including people in powerful positions that were intentionally sending people to obstruct, and they're just getting the criminals. I could take that, maybe. And then saying later we'll go back for the rest. But I think it's clear Trump doesn't have the stomach to go after a lot of these, and more importantly, the Republican Party doesn't. So we're not going to get mass deportations. I don't see how it's going to happen. Unless it's like Trump's feigning weakness, and then a year from now, all of a sudden he brings the hammer down. I don't see it. No, I don't think it's possible that Homan will be perceived better if they ramp down on the deportations. That's what it's going to be. He'll be perceived better if there aren't ICE agents on the streets constantly being harassed. Which is a loss, perceptually.
If Minnesota refuses, Trump wins loudly.
How? They've already refused, and you're saying Trump's not winning.
That's not blinking. That's checkmate positioning.
No. Again, I'm not saying this isn't possible, by the way. It may be, but the scenario being outlined by Glenn Beck, he hasn't explained why this time will be different. He literally said in one sentence, Trump's just going to ask for the violent criminals in jails, comma, which is what he asked for in the first place. In other words, all of this, if Trump just asks for the violent criminals and Minnesota says no, checkmate. But that's already happened. And it wasn't checkmate. That's where I get this frustration. I feel like this is someone who's searching for hope, and he's outlined a scenario, and that's, by the way, again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying there's a 0% chance this doesn't work out positively. I'm not saying that. It could. I don't think it will, but it could, right? Nor am I saying Glenn Beck's in a more. I like Glenn Beck. I'm just saying that the theory that he's outlining right here has significant holes in the way he's explaining it. And I think it's probably because he wants to hope. He wants to give people hope, and he wants hope himself.
And here's a deeper play. They're denying the left a legitimacy crisis. The left wants and needs images of federal agents versus crowds of civilians, okay?
This is my least favorite part. Okay, let's accept that's true. I'm willing to accept that. The left wants and needs crowds of civilians clashing with ICE. Okay. So the best thing to do is remove ICE as opposed to go for the people that are clashing with them. Okay. Do you think if the left needs that, they'll do it again? Of course. If it's something they want and need, as Glenn's saying, so they'll do it again. And if the response to that is, then we'll fix them, we'll pull ICE out. Then the logical extrapolation of what Glenn Beck's saying is never send ICE on the street to deport people. Right? Can anyone tell me I'm wrong here? Based on what he's saying. He's making the following premises. 1, the left wants and needs clashes between ICE and CBP and civilians. 2nd, that means they will try to make those clashes inevitable. 3rd, solution, we should pull ICE out so they can't do it. But that doesn't solve. They still want the clash, so they're going to go where ICE is. Which the solution will be then pull ICE out of there as well. Why would they back down if it works? Why? What? Where in this theory is it like he's not saying, here's a possible argument, we should back down, which will encourage them to riot even more, which then will shift public perception. There's an argument. That you could say, okay, I agree or disagree with that, but at least that's logically consistent. I understand the logic of that. But whereas, they really want to riot, and that's good for them, and they're always going to riot against ICE, so we should pull back. Okay, how does that stop them wanting to continue? The only end of that is, therefore, if we completely remove ICE, then they don't get to riot. Otherwise, they'll riot, and it's good for them. And that's what they want and need.
They need claims of unconstitutional mass arrests. They're not happening. You know it's not happening. But does the world know that? Does America need that? The left needs a moral panic, a shutdown showdown. international condemnation narratives. Trump, once again, boring enforcement, narrow targets, governors on the hook, courts on his side, public exhaustion.
That might be the best part. Yeah, I'm sure these activist judges all of a sudden will be like, yep, sounds good. Now we're pro-Trump. Now every fucking thing Trump tries to do, there's a judge to stop. Court's on his side now. I mean,
with the activists, not with him and the law enforcement side. He did what they hate most, I think.
He gave up.
He de-escalated without conceding any authority. Trump did not blink. He lowered the noise. He tightened the rules. He moved the burden. He preserved legitimacy.
I mean, again, this is a guy who started off saying this is exactly what Trump did. How is this moving? How is this preserving? It is literally what Glenn Beck himself said was the starting position that led us to where we are. What good is the rule if it led you to this moment?
He forced his opponents to make their own choices,
which they already did. And their choices have ended up positive for them, in the words of Glenn Beck.
Loudly and publicly on center stage. And now Minnesota's leaders are standing alone saying, will not help remove criminals?
Yes, that's what they've been saying. I mean, I suppose I have a real shrewd trap. You ready? I've thought of this trap. You ready? Here's a trap that Trump could send. You ready for this? What if Trump switches to a Democrat, opens the borders up, gives them everything that they ever wanted? Ha, ha, ha. What a trap. Oh, that would be shrewd. What a shrewd trap. Can you imagine? Trump should just arrest himself and all the ICE officers and make abortion up to birth legal and mass amnesty and citizenship for all the illegals. What a shrewd trap. Ha ha. That would get them. Then they would be like, damn, we have everything we want. Ha 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 ha. Maybe Trump could pass an executive order that says only Democrats are allowed to rule for the next 100 years. That'll get them. Ha 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 ha. What a shrewd trap. We'll get them. Sure, the first 90 or so years might be difficult, but finally, in those last 10 years, they'll get bored with having complete and total power. And then we have them right where we want them. Shrewd. That's some fucking deep level. That's some shrewd shit, man. Well done. Oh, again, I like Glenn Beck. A lot of what he does, I do. But I don't think his theory there. I had someone send me that and say, hey, what do you think? Glenn Beck thinks. I was like, now I want to reiterate. I've already said, well, I think the bigger problem is the Republicans in Congress who actively want amnesty. And so they want the narrative to collapse and benefit the left. Excuse me. And I also concede this could work. It'll require other changes. A temporary pullback saying, look, we're willing to cooperate. We just want the violent criminals. If they say no this time, then maybe you could say Tom Homan will be better at messaging. He did pretty good today. I'll show you a clip. We covered it in the extravaganza. Homan did what's right. He started talking about the terrible nature of the people they're trying to deport. Put the focus there. If they do that while simultaneously cracking down on the violent lefties, showing things, Trump should be out there every day, showing these are what the signal people were doing. We are investigating it. These are the people. This is what happened. Here are the violent criminals that they're trying to protect. It could work. But my goodness, this theory that was just outlined by Glenn Beck, I mean, come on. All right, let's read some super chats, shall we? What's up with that little lisp? I think we read that one. Maybe here. Bobby C, $10 says, out of that rant, I know you say don't be blackpilled or acceleration, but outside ignoring it all, what's the solution? Nothing seems to be working. Oh, we read that one. Yeah, it's bleak, isn't it? Gravios, $20 says, we do need to move the goalposts far, far right. So it goes back. We were a Christian nation. We read that one as well. Agreed. OG2, $5 says, hope all is well and the snowstorm is not too bad. Hope you and your family are safe from Cat. God bless. Oh, safe, sane for Cat. There we go. God bless. Thank you. I appreciate it. We are safe. Marino's Legacy, great to hear from you, and thank you for the donation. $20 says, if you argue within the left-wing paradigm and agree to all the left's main premises and pillars, you always lose any political argument. Glenn Beck's getting his talking points, obviously. And then $50, incredibly generous, says, if ICE was funded over $100 billion and they're already capitulating, one has to truly wonder if it was ever intended for mass deportation. Extremely concerned it was a program to identify the patriots that are willing to help stop the invasion. I won't go that far for the second part, but this is something I said about the big, beautiful bill. Remember, if you go back and watch what I was saying, I was mixed feelings on the big, beautiful bill. The fiscal conservative in me says this is spending a lot of money. It's raising the debt, right? But I do acknowledge that the problems were so big with the mass influx of illegals that if we need to do mass deportations, it's going to cost money. So it's like a wait and see approach. There's good and bad. Let's see if the benefits outweigh. So then almost immediately after that's when Trump, remember it came out where Trump was like, actually, you know, in these farms, I talked to some people and we won't deport these farmers. And I said, if there's not going to be mass deportations, what the hell was the money for? What was the point? If it's just going to be business as usual, then why do you need all the more money? Romaine Tiger Wrench. $10 says, Rob, you're my first ever super chat. Thank you. Says, fun arguing with you tonight, man. Can I get you to interview for my podcast? Sure. DM me on X. I'd be happy as long as I have free time. Marino's Legacy, $50. Thanks. Says, I don't trust this is authentic. Feels like a setup. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but actually look at who's in power. Did they all of a sudden stop listening to love listening to Pat Buchanan? I'm very worried about the dissident right under a Democratic administration. Dissident right's fucked under a Democratic administration. For real. That, no doubt. They're screwed. And the word dissident's doing a lot of work there. I think a great many people that aren't considered dissident or don't consider themselves dissident will all of a sudden be lumped in there. I think you're going to see even bigger crackdowns on social media. I think we're going to go the way of the EU, where disinformation is going to be censored more than it was during the pandemic. Not to mention increased going after Christians, Catholics, parents at school boards, people that protest the FBI, etc., etc. Marino's Legacy, $2. Says, they freaking hate us, Glenn. My gosh, it's pathetic. Yep. And then $5. Man, incredibly generous, man. $5 says, they're going to put us in camps and Glenn Beck's going to still be lecturing the commies that it's not constitutional. I can't anymore, bro. I mean, they're literally running on, I'm going to kill Donald Trump. Gogo, I don't know. Did Trump stop paying Minnesota due to their fraud? Sending money to the state? Well, if he starts sending money to the state before locating all the fraud and hold them for their crimes, loss for Trump. Okay. Maybe. troubling though. It's weird to do. We're going to move on somewhat from this. It's still going to be connected to the ICE stuff. But first, I'm going to go to the restroom. So I'll be right back. Get your super chats in. I'll let you talk to my friend Chair while I'm gone. Be nice to Chair. Chair hasn't got any donations lately, so I'll be right back. Get him, Chair.
All right. Welcome, Chad. It's time. I just got to come down and find it for y'all.
This is the Rob Noerr Show. It's not the Noerr Rob Show. This is
presented to you by Chair.
Show.
Yeah.
Because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the Rob Noerr Show.
Welcome to the show, everybody. We're glad you're here. Get those donos in. Rob Noerr Show.
It's not the Noerr
With the Noerr Rob Show.
This is my favorite,
It's a favorite show.
Because it
is my show. If this was your show,
you probably
like it more.
But maybe that's just
because it was your show.
It's not your show. It's the Rob
It's the
Noerr
Rob
Show.
Noerr Show. Time to get out.
What's up, Eric? Oh, an info warrior. I like me some Alex Jones. All right. More super chats to Chair. Get one. He got one. Shoreline Skirt. Thanks so much. Great job, Chair. Thank you. Chair appreciates. Much appreciated. All right. Someone put together a nice Venn diagram on on the whole carrying a firearm at a protest. Because the argument is, now it's illegal to exercise the Second Amendment. No, that's not what's happening. So this is basically what I was saying, but someone put it in Venn diagram format, and I think it's very instructive. You ready? Carrying a firearm, see it's green, no problem. Protesting, green, no problem. Impeding law enforcement, orange, that's illegal. So if you carry a firearm and you're protesting, it's risky. It is. It's legal. It should be legal, but it is risky. Because, things could get out of hand. But okay, you should be allowed to do that. If you're carrying a firearm and you're impeding law enforcement, you're probably going to be in a bad situation. If you're protesting and you're impeding law enforcement, that's illegal. And if you're doing all three, you're probably not going to make it. Now, I said this, and by the way, I'm not in agreement with the people that are trying to say, you can't bring a weapon there. You can't bring a weapon. Yes, you can. That's risky. If you're going to protest government, particularly law enforcement, we've basically agreed to give a near monopoly on force to law enforcement. So if you're going to protest them, things might get heated. It's a little risky, but you should still be allowed to do that. You absolutely should. But if your goal is, I'm going to impede law enforcement, I'm going to obstruct them, and you're armed, you're making a very risky choice. It's very risky. One, you're breaking the law. But okay, if you're like, I want to engage in an act of civil disobedience and I want to get arrested, I think it's bad. I'm not like Wick, who's telling his audience to do that, to go break the law. I think that's bad. But okay, if you decide that's the route you're going to take, my advice to you is don't do it armed. Don't. Because once you intentionally put yourself in a confrontation, an illegal confrontation with law enforcement, and you have a lethal weapon, they're going to respond, and accidents could happen, and tensions are going to be escalated, and it makes a legitimate or an illegitimate or accidental shooting more likely. So don't do that. On that note, Alex Pretti, the person who was shot here and killed, apparently CNN reported 2 weeks before he was shot, he had an altercation with ICE or Border Patrol and claims that he broke ribs. Now, this is a funny narrative, right? And I'll explain why. Both sides are going to say, aha! But the truth is, irrespective of that, we should look in a vacuum whether or not the officer's shooting was justified. For example, it would be absurd to think that this officer that shot knew him from a previous altercation. That could be the case, but I'd say that's very unlikely. What the left's going to say is, see, he had reason to be fearful. He was doing nothing but observing them in the past, and he was beaten maliciously for no reason. And that's why he was targeted again. What the right's going to say is, sounds like this guy had a tendency to obstruct law enforcement, even willing to get in violent confrontations with them. And the fact that he then brought a loaded gun with 2 magazines seems to mean he's ready to start some shit. Now, I hope that there's body cam footage of not only the officers in the shooting, but also of this previous altercation. Because CNN and them are spinning it like, oh, he was just, wouldn't you believe it? Once more, ICE are just these vicious villains. And they were just, beating up some old lady. Give me your lunch money, old lady. Huh. And he ran in front and they mercilessly beat him. That's the narrative they're running with. I would think the more likely narrative is, once more, he was trying to stop law enforcement from arresting someone. And they were like, get the fuck out of the way. Do you remember a while back, I played this footage, and I'll see if I can find it, of this woman that was obstructing ICE in her vehicle. We'll see if I can find this. And they film it and she's being smug, and then they eventually, officer gets out of the car and is like, hey, you can't do this. And they let her go home. You remember we covered it in this show? It's maybe a month ago. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I don't know what to search for to find it. Here it is. I actually found it. So this is from, this video says January 19th. I suspect it was before then, but that's when the post is on X. So let's watch this video.
Turn on the lights. 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 Hey, wait.
So she ran a red light. She was a spotter. She was getting in their way. She just tried to flee. Let's watch how this goes.
Ma'am, you're impeding with the federal investigation. We have you on camera. We actually have news reporters with us in the vehicle. Your case will be referred over to Homeland Security investigation for prosecution. You will be arrested. This is your last and final warning. Hold on a second, guys. Give me your license, please. I will once again tell you, you have cases in danger. Put your vehicle in park and shut it off, please. I understand, but you are impeding. Look what.
I'm just a mom. Please give me a warning.
You are. You are almost causing an accident. You are surrounded by federal agents. Okay, I am the Deputy Field Office Director here, ma'am. Stand by. We're running the name. We're going to refer this case over for enforcement action.
I'm just a mom, please.
You got it?
Please, please, please. I'm just a mom, please. I'm just
Kylie?
a mom. Yes, please. I'm just
You
a
are
mom.
just, you turn around and get out of here.
I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out
Here
of
you
here.
go. Slow down.
Yes,
Hey.
yes, yes.
Hey,
I'm getting out.
guys, I got it. I got it. Got it. Everybody break away. Break away. Everybody break away.
I'm going home. I'm going home.
Kylie, look at me. Look at me. Quiet. Look at me. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Okay? I need you right now. Take a deep breath. I want you to pull over right here and go home. Okay? Take a deep breath.
Can I just, I'm shaking.
You may leave. Please turn around. I'm going to stop traffic for you. Go. Okay?
Give me your phone.
See you again, Kylie. Everybody break away. I got this. Everybody go. It's not gonna come.
That's why Alex Pretti's dead. That's why Renee Good's dead. Alex Pretti was in a previous altercation with ICE and apparently wasn't arrested. Okay? And that's the result. The fact that so many of these people are allowed to do this over and over again and get away with it is why they have no fear. Now, here's what could have happened there. Let me ask you this. Do you believe it's likely that this woman's involved in some sort of group communication instructing her on things to do? Do you think that's likely? This is what you say. I would say that's likely. For example, we see from Cam Higbee, we found the signal chats, we found the sort of instruction manual, right? Now imagine instead of her screaming, "Oh my God, I'm a mom, please let me go," you said, "Fuck you, we're throwing the book at you. We're pushing for the maximum." Maybe that woman would have squealed. Maybe she said, "No, I was told to do this. This is what they're telling me to do." Maybe she would have. She didn't seem like she had a real thick spine. She was real hard, right? And just maybe, if you would pressure the people like that are doing it, maybe you'd start to get a little info. Who's telling them to do this? How did you know where we were? What's the network of people? Maybe that would have worked, right? But no, the policy is the opposite. Let them all go. Let them go. Get in a violent fight with law enforcement, trying to prevent them from arresting someone. Please don't do that again. And then inevitably, again, so let's assume for a sake, and granted, I hope there's body cam of this, but I'm making an assumption. Let's say that Alex Pretti, they're claiming that he broke his ribs in an altercation with CBP or ICE a couple weeks before the shooting. Let's assume that he broke a law, that he obstructed. He'd still be alive if we threw his ass in jail. But instead, let him go. Back out they go. This woman didn't even get a ticket. If I run a red light, I'm getting a fucking ticket if a cop sees it. If I'm trying to obstruct law enforcement, run a red light, and end up in a collision with police, my ass is going to jail. Oh, you're damn right, Wooly Shambler. Every motherfucker connected to January 6th, nonviolent or violent, their ass went to prison. No problem. Democrats ain't fucking around. But when the left obstructs, attacks, how many videos do you need to see in somewhere like Portland where they're attacking ICE on a nightly basis? Nothing happens. They arrest one or two. They're back out in the street 2 days later. They can't even fucking keep in jail the people that are breaking into our churches. They can't even do that. Can't do that. Democrats are kicking in fucking doors in front of children with loaded rifles, dozens strong, to fucking arrest someone who prayed outside of an abortion clinic. Why? Why do you think that is? Well, the Democrats, these are Democrat areas. And so just let them go. The truth is, though, it's deeper than that. And it goes back to what we started talking about. The Republicans don't want these people arrested. They don't. They don't want it. They want the protest to continue because they believe in the cause of the protesters. That's why they're just waiting. They're just biding their time for a violent altercation so they can say, Dignity Act, amnesty. It's time for dignity and amnesty. We won't call it amnesty, though. We'll just call it dignity. That's what it's time for. Oh, boy, Trump, these police are out of control. It's dignity. Stephen Miller's high up. Maybe he's not backing down. Probably not. But he's not the ultimate authority. And I'm not even talking about Stephen Miller. I'm talking about the Republicans in Congress. Other than Trump, let's accept that maybe, okay, Trump wants this shit to end. But I don't even think he's that forceful. I think if you left it up to Trump, I still don't think he gets the gravity of this. I think he'd be like, well, all right. Give him a finger wagging and send them on their way. But even if we say no, he aggressively, the problem is Democrats are going to fight tooth and nail to make sure there's no accountability. And the Republicans ain't going to fight him. And Trump can't do it on his own. They won't even give Trump his attorney generals in these states that he needs. They won't even do that. So of course they're standing back and watching the violence and sounds good. After all, if they arrested this woman, if they arrested this mom, maybe there would have been a riot. So better not arrest her. Right? Oh, it's not worth the headache. Let her go. Let them all go. Not worth the headache. Oh, I'm shocked. They're continuing to riot. Really? Shocking, isn't it? It's almost like the plan of, if we just let them go, they promised they wouldn't do it again. And it didn't work? Really? No. That didn't work. That doesn't seem possible. That's crazy talk. Surely if they super duper promised that they were a mom and they wouldn't do it again, they'll never do it, right? Now, on the other hand, let's have some good news. First, I don't give a shit what you guys say. I think one person who's been pretty decent with all of this has been the following gentleman.
For example, Laura, we're talking about interior enforcement. It's important. I'm obviously have done a lot in Florida for it. But why not go after the remittances? Why not reduce some of the carrots that people are coming illegally? Why not do employment verification? Why not defund sanctuary cities? These are things that our voters would support 80%, and yet you don't see that being done. So I think if they go bold, if they make the Democrats vote against these really important, popular, conservative things, you know, our voters will get a little bit more energized. I do think that would happen.
Do you think we should get rid of the filibuster?
You know, I think the question is if you do that, what are you going to actually pass? And what I would hate to see is that happen, the Republicans still not pass anything, and then the Democrats come in and make D.C. a state and do all those other things. And so that's the thing. They haven't really coalesced around a very big, bold, conservative agenda. So the only way I would consider that is if they had 4 or 5 really transformative conservative things that were ready to go that they can do. I just haven't seen that yet.
Are we not, man? I got you, man. It's a good plan. Yeah, that sounds fucking good to me. And he's right about, as I've been saying for months, about the filibuster. Why would they get rid of it? They'll do nothing. Sounds pretty fucking good to me, what he's saying there. Not a perfect solution, but far better than what we're doing. Right? Now, answer should be, listen. Republicans won't do any of that shit. So even if DeSantis was president, if they just say, now go fuck yourself, it's like, But here's the thing. You could at least pressure them as a president, put the optics there, use your political capital. I don't see Trump doing that. Look, fuck Thomas Massie in a lot of ways. Don't get me wrong. But, okay, where's that fire and brimstone against Massie, against Langford, against Mike Lawler, against Lindsey Graham, against John Thune, against Mike Johnson? Where's that fire and brimstone? Why isn't the SAVE Act being passed? John Thune said today, we don't have the votes. Force the vote. Let's see the motherfuckers that won't vote for voter ID in the Republican Party. Let's see them. Force it. I don't want to hear we had private discussions. Vote. So that was pretty good. I thought this was good. Let's see if I can find it. If this is the video I watched on the extravaganza, The audio's a little off the visual, but we're going to run through it. This is something that's not bad.
I see on the show this morning you have Governor Healy talking about ICE doing enforcement operations at a church. False. Didn't happen.
They were parked there. They did not do an operation there. She said they were parked in a public space legally.
But to say that and to push that out there puts fear in the immigrant community. So let me tell you what's happening.
That puts fear in the community.
Right.
To park the ICE agent's vehicle
they're on a
near
public
a church.
street.
They are
on a public street.
She said
they're on a public street
sir.
waiting to respond to a criminal alien release pulled aside the road. Let me tell you, in the last couple of days, what's happened in Boston. They've arrested Victor Gomez Perez, a 33-year-old criminal alien from Guatemala, with charges of aggravated rape, assault and battery with dangerous weapon, indecent assault and battery on a victim 14 years or younger. They arrested Kaylee Espinosa, a 33-year-old criminal alien from Colombia, with charges of aggravated assault on a pregnant victim. They arrested Joshua Gonzalez, a 23-year-old criminal alien from Dominican Republic, with charges for trafficking heroin, morphine, opium, resisting police, disorderly conduct, and drug distribution. They also arrested Samuel Armando Barrera, a 20-year-old criminal illegal alien from Guatemala, pending charges for assault and battery on a child. So Mayor Wu and Governor Healy, they ought to be calling ICE and thanking them for making their streets safer, for protecting their communities and taking these people off the street. They've turned a blind eye to this. They're sanctuary cities. Sanctuaries, cities and sanctuary states are sanctuaries for criminals. Give ICE access to the jail to arrest a bad guy in the jail rather than have to go in the community to find them. Because when you go in the community and find them, it puts ICE officers at greater risk. It puts the community at greater risk. It puts the alien at greater risk because anything can happen on a street risk. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to prioritize public safety threats when you got governors and mayors who are releasing these public safety threats every day into the community. That causes the crime rate, and we've seen some terrible incidents in the last few days where innocent victims are murdered. This past year, I've seen innocent Americans raped and murdered by people who are not supposed to be here. So rather than going back and forth and say, well, ICE has got a car parked near a church, that is ridiculous. You're out there looking for people like this, exactly what they're doing.
Well, I would argue that actually the ICE vehicle parked outside a Spanish mass is a frightening sight, given what has happened in this country. I also, with respect, sir, thank you for the information that you have shared on this show, but we would appreciate all of the information. All of it. All of the data that you say you have.
I've done this show several times. Every time I'm on this show, I speak with integrity, I speak with honesty, and I speak with facts. The bottom line is, because of all this false narrative, and you using the term disappearing people,
well,
is
that's
disgusting.
What's happened. That happened to the group that was sent to El Salvador.
U.S. citizens get arrested every day. U.S. citizens get arrested by police every day. Are they being disappeared? No, their laws are being enforced. They're being arrested. They're being put in detention because they committed a criminal offense.
Not like what you're doing.
Not even close. We're enforcing the law and arresting people here in violation of law that are public safety threats. That's not disappearing people. That's enforcing the laws of this country and make this country safer.
Now, here's the thing. Homan's not the most articulate guy in the world. He's not. He's a little mush-mouthed, let's be honest. But he has the right instincts. He has the right instinct. You go on the offense. Here are the violent people that are being protected. All we are doing is asking, give us access to these murderers and rapists. That's what we're asking. That's what Tim Walz is preventing. That's why people are rioting on the streets. Now, if the Trump administration would pay me a meager salary, I'd go on these fucking shows and fuck them up every day. Every sentence, every time they ask me a question, I would start by reading 2 of the violent illegals that we just deported. You know, this guy here, Sergio Ramirez, punched pregnant woman in the stomach. Your network says nothing. This person here assaulted children. Your network says nothing. Instead, you wait to complain that we're trying to do something. Your network said nothing, as millions of these people were allowed in. The vast majority of the country found it unacceptable, and your network said nothing. And now you gaslight people. Oh, it's just noble, they're disappearing. Look, can mistakes be made? Yes, but we're trying to protect this country and carrying out the will of the country. And you are defending the very vile scum that is assaulting our children and people that we're trying to deal with. But we don't have that. I fully concede. Trump's got a huge uphill battle. Even though he has the House and the Senate, the truth is he doesn't. The truth is, although there are R's next to the House and the Senate, it's not R's. If you take away the R and the D and you put the establishment versus the populist, it's establishment. That's what it is. They don't want immigration enforcement. So it's tough. He's fighting an uphill battle. But you need to be on an offensive PR blitz constantly. Constantly. And I think Tom Homan's, that's a sight better. That's a sight better than, oh, this guy that shot was trying to massacre ICE officers. You're not allowed to carry a gun at a protest. Of course, the Democrat insanity continues. Here they are outside Walls' office.
Justice denied! Justice delayed! Justice denied! Justice delayed! Justice denied! Justice delayed! Justice denied! Justice denied!
Hey, right-wingers, my normal audience, go ahead and take your headphones out for a second, okay? Take them out for a second. Okay, you guys done listening? All right, you ready? Hey, lefties, look. You're making a mistake. The real target's not ICE and Trump. You got to start with your own side first. So here's what you do. Those signal apps that you have, instead of targeting ICE, why don't you target Tim Walz and the Democrats and blow the whistles real loud in their ears, right? Because it's all legitimate. That's all we know. That's all legitimate. So why don't we do that, right? Okay. We'll talk to you guys later. I'm going to go back and talk to these right-wing rubes. Fucking racist. These racist assholes. They think I'm on their side. Okay, watch. Okay, you guys, can you read any right-wing? I was just telling those lefties off. I was just telling them off. Just telling them off. That's all. What would they do? What would Tim Walz do if he's followed constantly everywhere he goes? He's on a public street. Someone's within 3 feet of him blowing a shrill whistle. Everyone's surrounding him, screaming, honking horns, boxing his car in. What do you think he'd do? What about the rest of the Democrats? What do you think they would do? By the way, I saw this. My friend Robert Whaley sent me this. Wait. I'm not going to watch this guy's video. I'm not going to watch that, but the whistles are they're intended to cause damage, aggravation, to provoke a response. I'm having so much trouble here. Here we have, now they are at, this was from 7 hours ago, but they were at the Hilton Garden in Canal Street in New York City, where they thought ICE was staying or had stayed. Here we go.
No KKK, no fascist USA. No ICE. No KKK, no fascist USA. No ICE. No KKK, no fascist USA. No ICE. No KKK, no fascist USA.
Occupying private buildings. Cool. I'm not sure if this is the same location or not, but they have an interesting message to share here. If you can't hear them, they're saying, Kristi Noem will hang. Now, remember when they said hang Mike Pence on January 6th, when someone said that? Holy shit, right? Holy shit. We had to take that shit seriously. So let's send out the largest FBI task force in history, right? Let's get them. This is what the mainstream media done. Here's Mr. Pretti, who was the person who was killed. Here he is. And here's the picture the mainstream media had been sharing. Notice any differences? What's that? Your martyr isn't attractive enough? Better touch that up a little in Photoshop, huh? Touch it up a little. All right? We got to have a good looking martyr. Of course, 9mm, or I'm sorry, who was this? This person, Garbage Human. He really, why not just go, there we are. There we go. There's a martyr we could get behind. Right? Finally. Whew. We don't want no uggo martyr. Touch that up. Get a little Photoshop on it, right? So fake. Now we come to quite possibly my favorite story of the day. I guess that's a harsh way to put it. It's not favorite. It's fucking tragic. For real, it is. It's a horrible story. But I think this is indicative so much of the problem with the left here, right? I want to show this story. It's brutal. The Senate Judiciary Democrats put this out today. 23,000 likes. So it's at 10:30 today. It says, Anedith Danae Reyes Alvarez died in government custody. She had sickle cell and congenital heart disease. But we couldn't access timely and adequate medical care. We need to reform immigration detention. Now, let me be clear. That looks like a cute girl, and that's fucking horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Now listen, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. It fucking sucks. Anytime that you have law enforcement activity, bad things could happen. And it is terrible. That doesn't mean that we stop law enforcement. It doesn't mean that we say, well, then, I guess we can't do anything. I guess we can't enforce borders. But it is terrible. And I understand how that pulls on the heartstrings. And I do, from the bottom of my heart, feel terrible about those things and say, that's bad, but nonetheless, I'm sorry, we have to enforce the law. And so, okay, the Senate Judiciary, apparently they're also deeply concerned with this. Fair enough. 23,000 people. Maybe we need to do something, right? There's just one little thing, though. Just one little thing. I'm sorry. That girl died in 2023. Who was president then? I forget. Oh, that's right. That human vegetable, Joe Biden. Now, I don't know how many times I talked about it on this show. During first term Trump, all we heard about was kids in cages, kids in cages, kids in cages. And then we ended up with twice as many kids in cages under the Biden administration. And no one gave a fuck. They didn't care. Now, the truth is, I care. I may say, look, we have to enforce the law, but that doesn't mean I don't say, look, that fucking sucks. It does. I'm not fucking heartless. But I told you over and over again, these motherfuckers do not care. If they cared about kids in cages, why the fuck weren't they outraged when there were twice as many under Biden? And I debated people over and over. Maybe one or two left-wingers I talked to, and I asked this question to probably 50, 60 lefties that I debated. Where's your outrage? Kids in cages, where's your outrage? You know what they tell me? These kids are different. Fuck these kids, right? They're different. Fuck them. Trump's kids in cages, even though they're only half as many, they were different. Those kids were good kids. These kids, fuck them. We don't care about these kids. They're different. Of course, if I steelman their position, it was Trump's separating families. But Biden's not. Okay, how'd the kids get there? Remember, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said it was a human rights abuse that Trump had kids in cages. And then had twice as many kids in cages. And the left did not give a fuck. They didn't care. Where was AOC taking photo ops? Where were they going through ICE detention centers with the mainstream media like they were doing under Trump? They didn't do any of that. Why? Didn't give a shit. And I talked about this a lot. I said, what does it mean when they're engaged in blatant hypocrisy like this? Yes, step one is it means they never gave a shit about what they're claiming. They don't care about kids in cages. They don't care about kids that are being detained. But that's only the first half of the equation. You want to know what else their hypocrisy proves? That they know you do care. You see, they're not going to be hypocrites about an issue that no one gives a fuck. They're not going to say, oh my God, can you believe Trump eats eggs? And then you catch them eating eggs. It's not because they wouldn't have a double standard on something that stupid. Of course. It's that the issues doesn't matter because no one gives a fuck. Who cares? Trump eats eggs. Who gives a fuck? When they engage in these double standards, it's issues that they know will play well with the public. Truth is, many people in the American public don't want to see kids in cages. or they're fucking heartbroken by it. But they never gave a shit. They just knew you did, so they pretended to give a shit. If, God forbid, something happened, what was that show? Was it Kiefer Sutherland? Was it called, like, Last Survivor? You remember the show I'm talking about? Like, the premise, I never watched it, but just from seeing the ads, I think the premise of the show was, like, State of the Union or something, and then there was a terror attack, and it took out, like, a bunch of people in the administration. Designated Survivor. Is that what it's called? And so, like, this is based on, like, something that's real in politics. Soul Survivor? Is that what? I don't know. But the idea is you don't have everyone from the administration, because if something bad like that happens, you got to have someone that could take over power. I think it's Kiefer Sutherland. I could be wrong. So let's imagine that happens and it's a Democrat. Whenever some fucking horrible attack or a meteor falls, God forbid, and it just wipes out huge swaths of our politicians, you know? And then it's a Democrat. For whatever reason, it falls on, it goes down the chain, and it's like, holy shit, it's Kamala Harris. Now she's president. Right? And obviously there's going to be a mourning period, and it takes a month or so. But then at the end of that month, they're like, you know what? Our policies, we're going to open the border back up, and now we have twice as many kids in cages. And let's say 3 times as many people died in ICE detention. Just a month later, and now it's Kamala Harris president. You wouldn't hear one fucking story. There wouldn't be one protest. You wouldn't see the mainstream media talking about it all. They would not give a shit. On to bigger and better things. We don't give a fuck about that now. They would not give a shit. How do I know? Because they gnashed their teeth and screamed over and over about kids in cages under Trump, and then did not give a shit when we had twice as many under the Biden administration. Now we have the Senate Judiciary Dems that are out there like, oh my God, look how tragic this is. This poor young girl died in detention, ICE detention. We need to change our policies. They didn't say shit when Biden was there. They knew this story. They didn't give a fuck. Oh, if we talk about this now, it could hurt us. So we'll keep our mouths shut. Oh, now Trump's there. We'll try to mislead. And it's not the first time the Democrats did it on their official X account previously, during Trump's first term. I remember this. I covered it on the show. They put up a post that was like, the United States, UN or some group says the United States worst in the developed world for child detention. Oh, fuck, that monster Trump. Kids in cages, right? What a monster. Only it was during 2015 when Obama was president. So what the Democrats do? They were just like, oh, our bad, and deleted the post. Like, oh, fuck those kids. Oh, those are kids Obama detained? They must have been shitty kids. Fuck them. Then they're going to sit here and gaslight you. Oh, no, we really care. Based on reports from immigrant advocacy groups and documented obtained through FOI request, approximately 56 to 67 people died in U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement custody during Obama. Issues with medical care. In many cases, substandard medical care at both private and public facilities contributed to the deaths. Where were the riots? Where were they? When you mention, look, Obama said quotes like, yes, we have to deport, I'm sorry, we do have to deport children. Yes, I'm sorry, we have to deport. They say that was different. It was turnaways. It was this, it was that. He was doing it humanely. Okay, you had an awful lot of people, according to advocacy groups, getting substandard medical care, dying in ICE facilities. Where were you? Now, what they'll say is, oh, we didn't know about it, but now, yeah, we wouldn't let that shit go. And they're lying. If a Democrat wins the presidency in 2028 and 70 people die in ICE detention, they won't say shit. They won't look for it. They won't give a fuck. If you bring it up, they'll go, oh, yeah, I don't like that. But anyway, it's Trump. How many deaths are allowed before you start rioting and taking it to the streets? Just curious. You know what the answer will be? Just the amount Trump's doing. That's the right amount. Whatever that amount is. I'm looking for something. Uh, One second. Oh, shoot. I'm looking for an old video. I got to start doing regular videos again. Maybe I should start doing that. I thought maybe I had a video about the old kids in cage story that the Democrats put that link up, but let's read some super chats. Oh, I didn't get any more. You cheap bastards. I'm just kidding. How about a little something for the effort, huh? It's 1:30. We're staying up late, baby.
Oh, yeah? How late?
I don't know. Not that late. Reading the chat here for a second. See if I missed anything. It sound like Trump? What? Yeah, get super chats in. I got enthralled looking at old titles of old videos of mine. By the way, listen. I want to give a shout out to my editor, Black Elk. Have you noticed? We're switching the thumbnails up a little. What do you think of the new style? You see it with like the Rachel Wilson and the Andrew Wilson one. What do you think? I like it.
I personally like that one with you in the Burger King hat.
You like that? Yeah. That's good. Now what we need is people are giving me shit. I'll have to talk to Black Elk. People say this looks like an obituary photo. I guess I could see it. We'll see if we can switch it up. I don't know what we'll switch it up to, but I'll ask Black Elk to just put it. He does a great job, man. He's on it. But I was looking at some of my old videos. Oh, man. What was I up to back then? I'm going to have to start doing these regular videos. How about this? I'll go through an old video of mine. How's this? An old video about the wall from 6-7 years ago. If we make it to $700. So I'll stick around a little. I do a one whip song. So we'll give it a little time. If we get to $700, I'll go through this old video. I think it'll be fun. We'll see how I did 7 years ago, talking about the need for the wall. While we wait for donos to come in, which no doubt they will. I do a one whip wheel song for our good friend Wade Boggs. They're now $100. But Wade, generous enough.
You can't stop Wade in that wheel, can you?
No, he... Yeah.
He even says, "Oh, I'm still here for the whips." You see?
Yeah, I see.
Polka, hey!
So we're not ending the show or anything, but get super chats in. If we get to $700, I'll go through this video I did from like 7 years ago on the wall. Polka. Okay, here we go.
While we're doing old flashbacks, if you guys can get it to the Dono bar, Max, I'll bring some old videos of Rob doing some highly skilled political activation for his Congress that he's yet to see.
Oh, yeah, I don't know anything about this. All right, here we go.
This is top shelf fridge. I feel like it's still gonna go, Rob. I feel like we got a minute left.
Wade's got one more in him.
I don't know. I think Wade's got like 3 more in him.
Jeez. All right. Well, listen. Where are we at here? Let me see. $35 more, and I'll promise I'll cover this video. We've lost 40 viewers. That's all right. I promise I'll cover this video. I have something else to say. We'll do one more whip song, and hopefully we get to the full amount that we need, and I'll cover that video.
That's crazy how many get lost. It's so crazy just watching the dip. Just boom.
Yeah. I love it. All right. Opera. That sounds wonderful.
All right, we're starting at 3:58. Watching now.
Here we go.
Oh, that's polka.
Yeah, we screwed that up. I screwed that up. I hit the wrong button. All right.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Can't even test. It's opera. You're not supposed to dance. So far, we've only lost 18. This is a good number.
Yay.
You have to love the audience response. It even says right here, Rob's 100% over it.
I'm over it. All right. So let me read some super chats and then
enjoy the sound. Rosa
Mickey Blue Eyes, thanks for the $5. Says my month-old girl started crying immediately upon hearing the whip song. Her and me both. Bagger Vance, $30. Thank you. And then Sam, another 20. Nice. Well, they found the. Did you see this? It looks. All right. Well, now I could do that video. I don't mind, but you might find this more interesting. We'll see. They found the guy who sprayed the water. They got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. Where is it? We got him, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can find it. I'll show you the first. Now, I should hesitate to do this because sometimes you could be wrong about names. But it looks like Minneapolis police have made an arrest. This is what's being reported, and forgive me if this ends up being incorrect. I can't confirm it, but they're being alleged that there was an arrest made, and here is the video. 55-year-old Anthony Kazmierczak. Here's the video.
And round of applause for Congresswoman Omar's staff who's here. Hi, everyone. I'm Hennepin County.
That's supposedly the guy right there. Okay? Now, the great 0 hour is on it. Zero Hour says that he broke up with his girlfriend and that's what they're suspecting is going on. That he kind of went wild. Here's his girlfriend. That woman there. some of his posts. He stands with Ukraine. He puts, here's the link again. If your liberal African girlfriend dumps you and you're a weak man, what do? Join the other side, get drunk and have a crash out, start having outbursts and blame the rhetoric. Some more pictures of him. They charged him with third-degree assault, but in order to convict a third-degree assault, you have to break bones or cause bruising. Again, Minneapolis police immediately rushes in, arrests the guy, third-degree assault. If only he would have rioted against ICE, he would have been fine. He looks like he was absolutely shit-faced, too. He sprayed water on Ilhan Omar. So, pill face, not shit faced, yeah. All right. So, as promised, we're going to try to get to the $1,000 goal here. I'm going to do one more thing today. We're going to do a little old Rob video segment. I'll put the link up to this video from the old YouTube 7 years ago. Is this video? Let's see. I haven't seen it recently. Is old Rob based? Is he terrible? Let's see. Here's the link. Here you can see 27 views. 27 views. So this article proclaims to be from an author, says she was challenged to come up with non-emotional reasons to be against the wall. Then the conservatives we're so shamed we were unable to come up with a response, she claims. She then ends the post by making emotional-based results. I decided to look at each of her claims and answer them. I put all of my sources. Now, I used to do shit like this. All these sources, I linked them and all this shit. No one watches. 27 views. That's when I decided to become a live streamer, you know. All right, here we go. Let's hear what Based Rob has to say.
So I wanted to do an article on this. I read it was circulating on Facebook and places like that. This woman's like a liberal author.
Sorry, the audio
saying
sucks.
that she saw a challenge on Facebook for conservatives saying, give us well-reasoned arguments to reject the wall. And she was able to come up with this list that no one was able to debunk. Didn't take me long to rebut a lot of the points she makes. I just figured I'd go through it since it's kind of going a little viral. So let's start at the beginning. She says, a conservative challenged liberal Facebook friends to make a case not based on emotion against Trump's wall. Conservative buddies flooded his post with snide remarks about how this would be impossible for deluded libs. Let's grant that maybe it's true, that what she's saying. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that type of rhetoric. I think that even though I disagree with a lot of my liberal friends or progressive friends, I don't like using labels like that. Not the end of the world. We all do it. Everyone uses these types of insults, but I don't think it's helpful. Anyways, moving on. She says, okay, I'll play. I responded. In order to avoid being accused of bias, she explained she'd only use conservative sources. My primary source was the Cato Institute, conservative right-wing think tank. Here's why I'm against the wall. First off, the Cato Institute's more libertarian, and they are totally pro-open borders. There are also things like against like the welfare state and things like that. They're kind of more along those lines of the Milton Friedman-esque, yeah, leave anyone who wants to come to this country and work, but no one, even people in this country, should be given government welfare. That way the people that work will stay, the others will go and find some other place. Clearly, that's not what most people on the left are advocating. They enjoy the welfare system, and so what? I disagree with the Cato Institute anyways. I think they're shills for open borders. They like the cheap labor, and I disagree with them. That doesn't. So what's it matter that they're considered right-wing, supposedly? Anyways, on to our points. Number one, walls don't work. Legal immigrants will tunnel underneath them. People find ways around. She likens it to East Germany, which erected a wall. Do we really want to be like East Germany? Well, first off, that's telling that she likens it to East Germany and not like, say, the Vatican or all the wealthy people that put up walls around their homes, probably people like her friends and whatever affluent neighborhood she lives in, possibly even herself. It's funny that she would pick out East Germany as if almost like you have to demonize anyone who wanted wall as like an evil country like East Germany. It just goes to show that she's not really interested in having a serious conversation if she's going to straw man with things like that. There's plenty of countries that we consider normal countries that have walls, and she could have chose to say, do we really want to be like one of those countries, like the Vatican, or the example I'll use, Israel. Now, she doesn't cite why walls don't work here, but I could point easily to Israel, which I'll link an article below that talks about the southern wall on the southern border of Israel. It's a lot of people think the wall are just against Palestine to stop like attacks coming in, but that's not true. The southern wall actually had to do with illegal immigration that was coming from Africa, and they put this wall up, and it all but eliminated illegal immigration, stopped tens of thousands of people that were coming in yearly. To now the number's down to like dozens. So clearly it was very effective. And her argument here.
Now it's true. Israel's wall was very effective. It cut down like 90-something% the amount of illegals. Now, she's supposed to be coming up with a non-emotional. This was viral all over the place at the time, like 7 years ago. So she's supposed to come up with a non-emotional way. And look at how poor this first argument is. They'll just tunnel underneath. No facts, just an assertion. Cato Institute agrees. We don't want to be like Germany. These aren't arguments. We see that walls worked in places like Israel.
It's like, well, but people could go under them or around them. Build a 10-foot wall, someone will get an 11-foot ladder. Yeah, okay, just because it won't solve all legal immigration doesn't mean that it won't have a massive impact for the good to be able to stop illegal immigration. So it's not really a reason to totally reject the wall, and she's just wrong that there aren't places where walls work. We see that in Israel, as I just showed. Number two. Most illegal immigrants are overstayers. They come to the U.S. legally for vacations, business, stay past their visa. She's saying most of that. That's not true. According to left-leaning PolitiFact, they actually said that the number is more around 45% that are people that overstay visas. But you have to consider that the numbers they're using are saying the total amount of illegal immigrants are something like 11 million. A recent Yale study, which uses, all these studies that talk about how many illegal immigrants are in the country basically have to do with the census and information that's garnered from there. But a recent Yale study from by no means like right-wingers that are anti-immigration actually shows that the number is probably closer to 20 million because they used a series of other factors. Clearly not everyone's going to be totally honest on the census, but let's just say the number's anywhere between 11 million and their high estimates go over 25 million, but we'll say between 11 million and 20 million. So even at those numbers, PolitiFact is showing the majority of illegals aren't people that are overstaying. So let's even be generous and say it's half. Okay, that's not a reason to reject the wall. I agree with her totally that we should look into the people that overstay their visas. That's something that we need to look at. In fact, I don't even think the wall is the most important thing. I think the most important thing is going after employers that hire illegal immigrants. But that doesn't mean that we can't do the wall as well. I think that a lot of people that are against the wall don't want any effective border security because, in fact, both the establishment people on the Republican and Democrat side want illegal immigration for different reasons.
Oh, wow. How about that? Younger Rob calling it out 7 years ago. Yes, the Republicans want illegal immigration. So do the Democrats.
Republicans for cheap labor for their lobbyist friends, the Democrat for the potential votes and the demographic shifts that they think will be positive for the country. So, but just because we can't solve every problem with illegal immigration for having a wall doesn't mean that we shouldn't erect a wall. You need to have good offensive reasons why erecting the wall would be bad. And so far, she hasn't given any. She's just basically been like, well, they can't solve everything. Yeah, I agree. There needs to be other policies as well. Number three, walls have little impact on drugs being brought into the U.S. According to the DEA, almost all drugs come through legal points of entry, hidden in secret containers or among goods and tractor trailers. The wall wouldn't affect that. I've read studies that show that actually it is true that China is the number one importer of illegal drugs to the United States, particularly things like fentanyl, but they have two ways of shipping it. The first is they ship it, like this is saying, through legal ports of entry. The second is they ship it to Mexico, and then it comes up through trucking routes and through illegal immigration. So, but I'll concede again that let's say that, yeah, that's not even where the majority of drugs are coming from. So it would still be able to solve a reasonable amount of drugs. That doesn't seem just because it can't solve all drug flow doesn't seem to be a reason to not have the wall. There are plenty of reasons that illegal immigration is bad other than just illegal drugs. So, yeah, I'll concede it won't be able to solve all drugs, but certainly be able to possibly solve some, and that doesn't seem a reason to reject the wall because it can't solve all drug problems. Reports, environmentally impractical. Wells have a tough time making it through extreme weather, and she cites a source, and then she says, conservative sources generally do not address the environmental harms that walls create. There's plenty of documentation that shows that walls hurt environmental life. So let's deal with the first part first, that walls get washed away by things like that. So would that be the same reason not to have things like levees, because when there's a hurricane, sometimes they break? Of course not. Yeah, anything could, like electronic equipment that maybe she would suggest instead of a wall, could also be washed away in severe floods and things of that nature. Anything that we set up, whether it be a physical barrier.
You could tell that I was closer to college debate back here, right? Because I'm going point by point and then I'm like rapid firing a bunch of answers. I don't have the same charisma, do I? I'm very meek. Sort of a bummer, but I'm making solid points.
Or people there could always be destroyed based on environmental disasters like hurricanes, tornadoes, and things like that. So it hardly seems a reason not to place them. And I don't see any evidence that it's likely that this will massively destroy the wall. Also, the way Trump's putting it up, it's not a traditional wall where it's kind of like slats. So maybe that would have some kind of defense against environmental disasters that would be able to knock the wall down. But I don't really see our source that talks about how it would be impractical because the wind would just knock the wall down. We build buildings all over the place that are like earthquake proof in LA and places like that, wind proof in other areas. So I'm sure they would take the environmental catastrophes into mind when they were building the wall. Now, the second part, what she's saying here is that it's bad for the environment and could cause damage. Well, one, a bunch of leftists just went nuts on Tucker Carlson for correctly asserting that actually illegal immigration in two ways hurts the environment in the United States. One is because, as progressives used to say and environmentalists used to say, that we want to have basically a zero increase in the amount of people that are living in the U.S. because we think that we're overusing our environmental resources. So illegal immigration actually has a net increase in population, which means that we're actually damaging the resources of the United States. That's by left-leaning, liberal type people that are environmentalists that used to make those claims. The second is that they actually do massive pollution and stuff. It's not because they're dirty people or anything like that. It's because you're talking about accommodating a bunch of people that are poor. Poor people generally are harder on the environment. They don't have the facilities necessary, and they're coming in things like caravans, which if you look at where the caravans have stationed, places like Tijuana, garbage and stuff is massively up. Government organizations like the Government Accountability Office, I believe, I can't remember the specific organization, have showed that areas of the Arizona desert and other places where illegal immigrations are being trafficked through by coyotes and other things like that. Actually, there's parts of that that are severely damaged, that are hurting the wildlife around there, that used to be national parks or state parks that can't even be traveled by people anymore. So,
just to be clear, I'm making the point here, but to make it a little better mic. Yeah, the areas where illegal border crossers were coming in the South was absolutely fucking devastating the local environments. And by the way, not just there. You go, like, Brett Weinstein went down to the Darien Gap. It's like damaging all the way down there. So I barely care about this argument, but think of how fucking weak your argument against a wall is when you're like, oh, well, the wind could knock it down, and what if it hurts like some rabbit habitats? Meanwhile, the fucking illegals themselves are damaging the environment far worse. But what a bad argument.
So clearly trying to solve this problem doesn't make you a racist. It's an important problem to solve to stop environmental degradation. Also, it's funny how they selectively apply what kind of structures they don't allow because of environmental damage. So we can't secure our border because it'll hurt the environment. But they can put up wind power, which we know is absolutely devastating endangered bird species, killing them by the tens of thousands, possibly wiping out some endangered species. But that's okay because it's a progressive cause of renewable energy. So it's all right to hurt the environment in those sense, which just goes to show that there's a double standard. I don't think the minimal damage from a wall on these places would be worth not securing our border or not putting up the wall because of that. Next, a wall would force the U.S. government to take land from private citizens with eminent domain. This is true, but we could say that of the interstate highway system, dams, levees, all sorts of things. Just in my little town, we had wanted to put sidewalks, so we had to take land from people with eminent domain claims just from the township. So, yeah, that happens all the time. Again, this is selective outrage. And although I agree it would suck to have your land taken, this is small potatoes. Were we really willing to say, like, well, we can't have power lines across the country because we'd have to have right-of-ways in people's lands, or we can't have the interstate highway system? It seems clear that this is such a small impact compared to solving border security. It's just something that's selectively being posed because they would never, the same author would never say, and we should get rid of the interstate highways, not have any new roads or any new waterways or anything like that put in if we had to use eminent domain. Of course they would be for that because they think those causes are important enough. So what this argument's really saying is, I find the idea of border security so low that eminent domain outweighs it. I disagree with that. I think border security is important. Number 6, Border Patrol agents don't like concrete or steel walls because they block surveillance capabilities. I found from the Washington Examiner, it says a poll of Border Patrol agents are overwhelmingly in support of the wall and Trump's policy. So I don't know where she's getting her info. She doesn't cite anything here. But at best, her story is anecdotal. And yeah, if most Border Patrol, I'm sure there are some Border Patrol agents that wouldn't like it. The polls I found said the majority do like it.
I mean, imagine the balls to say that. The Border Patrol would be against the wall. It makes it harder for them to do their job. When overwhelmingly Border Patrol was supporting Trump in the wall.
Next, Border Patrol agents say walls are meaningless without agents and tech to back them up. I agree 100%. I don't think the wall should be the only thing. We should have tech and agents to back it up. I don't think anyone's suggesting getting rid of agents or getting rid of tech. In fact, I think Trump would be all for having that increased tech. Again, it seems the majority of Border Patrol agents are for the wall. Also, she then goes back to say, again, are we really going to use East Germany, a brutal communist state, as our model here? No, I prefer the Vatican as our model, or Israel, or the affluent that have walls and gates around their communities that she probably lives in. I don't know why she needs to feel the necessary to strawman that we're somehow being like East Germany with this. Next, number 8. Where walls have been built, there's no discernible impact on the influx of unauthorized aliens. I think she's trying to say that this is in the United States specifically, but I didn't do enough research into it. But again, I already talked about above about how in Israel, when we had a total wall that went along, that it would be able to, it was able to solve immigration severely. She says the reason for this is people will just go to like more hazardous areas, like mountainous regions where we couldn't build the wall. Well, still, I think that would severely, if you have to then climb a mountain to get in, that's easier than just walking across an open desert or a stream or something like that. So it's still, I don't see how that would be proof that the wall wouldn't be effective. Again, it was effective in Israel. I don't see a reason that it wouldn't be here. And by the way, that's funny because this next argument's going to contradict it, which is my favorite argument she makes. Number 9, unintended consequence of walls is blocks farm workers from exiting when their invaluable seasonal work is done. I love this type of argument because it's basically the people that make this admitting, hey, we need to, they do work that Americans won't for wages that Americans won't. They're very noble, great people. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're hardworking. So basically you're saying you want cheap produce, so you're willing to have people basically operate as pseudo-slave labor in order to get that. They operate at wages below what you would pay regular Americans. Sorry, I don't want my life to be comfortable based on the slave labor of people. That's not something I'm down with. But hilariously, this argument's even more ridiculous because she's trying to make the argument that, like, you have these illegals here and then the wall gets built up while they're here working and they're like, oh, I can't get home now. That is so unbelievably dumb. It's unbelievable. First off, this contradicts her previous argument. If people will just flood over the mountainous regions without walls, why wouldn't they flood back over those same mountainous regions without walls? So it proves that the number 8 argument's absolutely absurd. And secondly, yeah, you could walk back to Mexico, or you could go back to Mexico with the wall still being up. It's like now they're going to go to Border Patrol and go, actually, I'm an illegal, and I was trying to get back to Mexico, and Border Patrol's going to be like, sorry, man, the wall's up, you can't go. This is stupidity. Of course you can go back. Remember the old Cheech and Chong movie where they would call immigration on themselves for a free ride back to Mexico? I'm not saying it would be exactly like that.
But that, old Rob, coming up with the Cheech and Chong reference. Yeah. Do you get the absurdity of this? Walls, people just climb over them. They'll go to regions, there's not a wall. Oh, they won't do anything to stop people coming in. But they'll stop people going out, is the argument. What a fucking joke. Old Rob was too polite.
But come on. You're really trying to say, once the wall's up, then the illegals will be stuck here, and they're not able to leave. Totally absurd. Number 10. Let's combine 10 and 11. It's like 5 million is not going to be enough. Actually, MIT says it'll cost 3.12, and it'll probably end up costing even more than that. Okay, well, the 2018 budget was roughly $4.5 trillion. I saw someone do the math. This basically, if you were talking about $40,000, if you're a person with $40,000, and that's your total budget, so we're just decreasing the $4 trillion to 40,000, then $5 billion would be like $500 to you. So we're talking about a person spending $500 out of their $40,000 paycheck for possible border security. That's a drop in the bucket. People pay that for tickets to sporting events. I know people that make about $40,000 that do that all the time. Now let's say we're talking $3.12 billion instead of the $5 billion that Trump's asking for right now. Okay, then you're still talking about, instead of 500, you're talking about $3,102 or $3,120 out of your $40,000. Again, it's a small pittance, especially considering when we're sending tens of billions of dollars in foreign aid to other countries. It's funny how both sides only want to talk about price when it's an issue that they don't feel very concerned with.
Yeah, remember, like now as we see, Somalians took $11 million. Remember, they shut down the government over a potential $30 billion on border security on the wall. Remember that? Oh, it was too much money, they said. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers, but why are you concerned that Somalians told $9 million? Maybe it's $18 billion. Why are you concerned? They shut the fucking government down. In other words, Somalians stealing money to them is less of an issue than putting up a wall. Remember, they said the wall was racist, is one of the things they said. Then they tried to fucking gaslight you into, actually, we believe in border security.
So they're very upset. The Democrats at this point are very upset about spending when it comes to border security and the wall. But they have no problem giving foreign aid or all these pet projects of stupid things that cost billions of dollars that our government overspends on. They never have a reason to criticize any of that. So let's go on to what she says. So what happened after I posted this conservative source fact-based list of why the wall is a bad idea? Silence. I waited for someone to respond, to engage with me. Where were the angry defenses or rebuttals? When I searched for the post after a few days, I couldn't find it. My Facebook friend deleted it. You could say, like Trump with the government, he shut me down rather than deal with facts. The ugly genius of Trump is his ability to manipulate deep primal emotions, namely fear and hate. He, along with Fox News, has convinced his base they're in extreme danger from immigrants and only a wall will make them safe. Fortunately, the need to feel safe is much stronger than the will to grapple with a complex, multifaceted problem. And so here we are, paralyzed by the shutdown. Ironically, she then takes at the end of her post, right, where she said she was just going to use logic, and she basically makes the argument, see, this proves that anyone who has arguments for the wall must be motivated by hate and fear. No, it doesn't prove that at all. So you basically prove the point that your original so-called conservative that was a Facebook friend made, that you can't argue without being based on emotion and making kind of slurs like this, because you end up doing it at the end. And I'm sorry that no one was able to rebut you. Apparently you're not friends with people of normal intelligence levels like me, who took about 10 minutes to rebut this. None of these are arguments for why we shouldn't have the wall. An argument for why we shouldn't have the wall is an offensive reason. So the best argument, offensive reasons you see here are things like it could hurt the environment slightly, it could cost money that could be spent elsewhere, but I don't think either of those impacts raise to the level where it's a clear-cut case, as she's trying to make it, there should be no wall. I think it's worth a reasonable debate, reasonable people could have it, but she defaults to, this argument's such a slam dunk that anyone who doesn't agree has been motivated by fear by Trump and Fox News. That's absolutely absurd. I haven't been motivated by fear. And the fact, I would contend that I think the biggest motivation for people being against the wall, as I said above, is they are afraid that it will work. Because they always suggest, no, we have all these other ideas for border security. So what have they done? What's been done for the past 30 years? Nothing. They have these ideas. Most of the time it's not talked about. The past couple, Trump was the first serious politician that talked about dealing with this problem. It's such a problem that we don't know by a scale of 10 million people how many illegals are in this country. That's a huge deal. That's not to say those people are bad, or that they weren't doing what was best for themselves. Or, I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying it's a huge deal. The fact that we have a system where we're dog whistling, encouraging, some people are dog whistling, encouraging caravans to come from these poor countries to the United States, knowing full well the chances are they won't get in. And then all the while they're being human trafficking. Amnesty International says that 80% of women are being sexually assaulted on these trips. Children are being separated from parents even before they get to the U.S. border. All kinds of horrific robberies, murders, things like that taking place. Horrible, dangerous conditions, people dying of disease, starvation, dehydration. And all because we're dog whistling, yeah, you should come. Walls are racist, they're bad. Only fearmongers think that walls are good. No, let's put up the wall. I think that it'll be able, I don't think it's the number one important thing, but I think at this point it's symbolic that at least we're trying to do something. Year after year after year, both sides say, yeah, legal immigration, border security, we'll take care of it, and then nothing's done. So, again, I just thought it was worth discussing this because I saw it was going viral. And, I'm not saying, I do think that one point the woman made was incredibly dumb. Number 9, that people that are working here that are illegals wouldn't be able to get home if there was a wall of police. That's so ridiculous. It defies belief, actually. But aside from that, okay, she can have serious points. That's fine. I'm not going to say she's an evil, crappy person. Now, you might say, well, I'm being hypocritical because I said I think a lot of people's objection to the wall is that they are afraid it might work. Yeah, that's a fair criticism of me somewhat. But I don't think they're evil. I think that she's probably motivated by a good thought that she wants to have empathy with the people that are coming over. I just don't think that it's a pragmatic solution. I think that it ends up making life worse for a lot of those people, the illegals. And we need to protect our borders as a country. So that's it. If you like this video, please like and subscribe. I'll be putting more videos out daily, and have a good one.
Yeah. Good job, old Rob. Well, there you go. I used to be far more dispassionate and trying to be, obviously you see the results. That video's been up for 7 years. It has 27 views. Now, granted, the production quality sucks. My production quality still sucks. Don't worry. We're getting better. We're getting a new computer. Everything's going to be good. But yeah, I thought that was interesting, though, given the topic that we were talking about today with ICE and stuff. There you have from 7 years ago. And think of where we are. The reason that I should start doing those types of videos again, just little 5-minute videos every day, is because it's easy to go back and signpost, what was the issue that we were thinking about that day. Think of where we were back then compared to where we are now. We're having the same fucking issues. Those people got away. They shut down the fucking government over the wall. They shut it down. And then they tried to gaslight us we're not responsible for the mass migration. It's not us. Yeah, I like Screaming Rob, too. Speaking of which, Screaming Rob, where's those donos at? We're $260 away from our goal. If we don't reach the goal tonight, oh, man. I don't even want to say what's going to happen. Can you imagine? Woo. If we don't reach the goal tonight, oh, man. I don't even know. What's there to say? Well, I think we're going to get there. So, Are We Not Men's going to ban everyone. No! All right. Last thing I'll say here. I've talked to my man, Are We Not Men, and we've decided if I can figure it out. We're going to start at the end of the month. We're going to raise the membership price to $4.99. And I'm going to try to start putting some more videos up like that. So, get your memberships now. They're cheaper now. Get them in. This fine evening, I hope you had a good time. I had a good time. I myself had a good time. I hope you did as well. We are going to raid. Who's there to raid this fine evening? Oh, let's check. Mm-hmm. Well, Raid Teriak Singh is out yesterday. I said I was going to raid him, and then I didn't. That's right. Thanks, Trump. Inflation. Thanks to the tariffs. Ronnie Me Sauce. Good show, Rob Thomas. Thank you. Look at that. We're solid $250 away. Someone throw a $250 donation. We made it. That's it. I like the exact amount there, the 29 cents. Tomorrow I'll be doing the extravaganza again, so that'll be over on the Crucibles Rumbles channel. I think that's going very well, but I'm biased because I'm me. So, of course, I think I'm doing well. But no, it's been fun. And then we'll be doing a regular show in the evening again. And then Thursday, we're doing another no prep debate. That should be fun. No prep debate. We'll raid Teriak. We screwed him over last night. Thanks, man. I'm glad you guys like the content. Look, in all seriousness, donations appreciated. This is my job now, so appreciate the donations. You guys are incredibly generous, though. It means a lot. So thank you so much. It's a great day. Yeah, Marte, what's up? Yeah, Andrew Wilson, Joe Rogan. Look, things look bleak sometimes politically. That's okay. We approach it with a smile on our face, you know? I appreciate all of you. I can't thank you enough. If you can't donate, that's cool. Give a thumbs up. Give a like. We appreciate that as well. So, I do have a P.O. box. If you DM me and you need it for a reason and I trust you, maybe I'll give it to you. But I'm not really looking to give that out on. Yeah, Andrew was on Joe Rogan. He should be on. Usually takes him 24 to 48 hours to put up the episode. So we'll see. We'll see. But no, you guys are the best. I really appreciate it. So pray for everyone in ICE that's out there. It's crazy. We're not going to get blackpilled, though. We're going to keep moving forward. We're going to still have fun. Look, if nothing else, let's have some gallows humor, right? We can still have a good time. But you guys mean more to me than you know. It's cathartic to come on here to be able to talk about this stuff. I really appreciate it. Nah, we're not banning everyone.
Ban them all!
No. So, thank you to all my moderators. Thank you to EOD, Are We Not Men, Naughty Germ, Achilles Ware, Zen's Forehand. Thank you, Avarice. Thank you to my editor, Black Elk, who's amazing. Thank you to all of you who donated, all of you that watched, liked, subs. It was all good. Take a moment as you're thinking about the violence that we see in all this stuff to say a prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. Do not forget what they did and how they celebrated it and mocked his family. Just take a minute out as the outro plays to think about him. I'll be back tomorrow on Rumble, Crucible channel, doing the extravaganza, and then be back tomorrow around 10 p.m. Eastern. God bless you, everyone. God bless Charlie Kirk. We'll see you all. And as always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.